Well, I hope that you guys are as excited as I am to be flying this historic airplane, DC-6 Douglas DC-6 from PMDG. Um, but first thing first, let me see if my microphone is working. Hold on. Okay, seems to be working. That's always a good thing. So let's talk about this airplane really quick. It's designed by PMDG developers, and let me tell you, they have done a outstanding, fantastic job recreating this airplane authentically. I wouldn't even go as far to call it a replica. Replica would be understatement. This is 100% accurate representation in a digital simulation from a Douglas DC-6. Douglas flew on 29 missions on 1946 after the World War II, and was used by Air Force. It was a military airplane, and then later on was sold out to civilians and commercial transport. As a matter of fact, Yugoslavian president back then in 1960s, before he passed away, Marshal Tito is the one who bought this airplane, and a bunch of other countries have bought this airplane. But of course, it was designed in the United States of America. You can see different flags over here. It's a very unique airplane. But here's the question. Why is this airplane so expensive? Why is it $55? Well, I'm going to try to explain that to you throughout this live stream. Why this airplane costs so much, and why is it so expensive? One of the main reasons why it's so expensive is because it took a lot of effort for PMDG to get the licensing from the Douglas DC-6 to get all of these instruments and all of these gauges, every functionality of this airplane to be included. It took a lot of time and effort and money to utilize all of that. One thing to keep in mind, everything you see here on this airplane, it's functional. This is not just something that sits there for no reason. Everything you see on this cockpit, it's usable just like it would be usable on a real DC-6. Now, this comes with two types of airplanes. You have the Alaskan cargo one, and then you got the commercial one, which I'm using for civilian transport. When you look at this panel, at first, it looks like a space shuttle. You're like terrified, right? You're saying to yourself, oh my goodness, look at all these panels, all these gauges. What is this? A regular Joe, a regular Mary, obviously would be terrified sitting inside this cockpit. But don't be. Don't have panic attacks. Don't be nervous. Everything at first looks terrifying. Looks overwhelmingly terrifying, right? You're like, oh my God, look at all of this. Jesus, right? But don't be. That's why we have, tutorials, training, once you understand it, why there's 3 different seats over here. There's another seat over here, by the way, and I'll explain why there's 3 different seats. You got a third seat over here, and you got a headphones you need to put on. This third seat is for the engineer. Engineer sits here. Basically, 3 people fly this airplane, and they always do. And you need the engineer to be here in the center. But you're going to ask, well, why there is a third seat? Why do you need the engineer? Well, you need the engineer because the engineer's job is to keep an eye on the mixture of the oil and the carburetor, air carburetor, to keep an eye on the gauges, to make sure that the 4 engine propellers are not leaking oil, they're not overheating. So his job is to make sure everything is running intact. For example, on the left side over here, you see number 1 and you see number 2. This is for your left wing engine 1 and engine 2, which is right over here on your left. So this is for your left wing engine 1, engine 2. So these are your gauges. It gives you the idea of what the pressure is, what the mixture accumulation is, making sure that it's not overheating, how much fuel you have on there on the engine 1, engine 2, how much fuel, how much oil. This thing burns a lot of oil. How much oil are you burning? So basically, that's what this left side is. The right side over here, it's for your right wing engine 3 and engine 4, which is obviously going to be on this side, engine 3 and engine 4. So that's the main purpose of a center seat over here. It's called the engineer. So you need a third guy over here. He puts on the headphones. The reason you need to wear headphones because it's so freaking loud inside the cockpit, and you need to be able to hear what the pilot is telling you, and then the co-pilot, you know. So you're gonna say, well, why do you need a co-pilot? Well, you need a co-pilot to navigate, you know, to look at the map, to keep talking to the ATC, keep the chatter with the ATC, with the air traffic control. This is your radio over here. You know, the radio knob is right here. When it's turned on, you can switch to that certain air traffic control frequency, and from there you can communicate with the traffic, and then they can tell you which altitude to fly and which trajectory to take. This is your panel, a little GPS panel with the LCD screen, like, I don't know, like a 7-inch screen. And from here you can see the weather system and the traffic, ATC traffic. This is your compass, just a simple compass. This right here is your trim. Trimming left, trimming right. This down here is your trim to elevate the trim. Very important when you take off is this, as you will see as we start doing this. Very important is for you to elevate this trim at 5. Just slightly above 5, and leave it above 5. So that way when you do take off, it will elevate and will keep climbing that altitude, your desired altitude. It's not a simple airplane to take off, but I appreciate the realism that the PMDG has put into this airplane. And these are your mixture. This is your air carburetor. These are your flaps. We won't mess with this. We're going to go through a checklist. So, how do you start this thing right here? Now, before we start doing the checkups and all of that, now that you understand that the center here is for the engineer, these are your left, right, 4 engines. This is you checking your fuel, how much fuel you have left, oil, how much oil you're burning, stuff like that. Here you can see your attitude, your altitude. You can see how many knots you're flying at. 40 knots, 70 knots, 80 knots. I think this is going up to 120 knots. You can see that. First of all, I'm not a professional pilot. I have never flown. I'm not a licensed pilot. Okay, people who are watching this, please keep in mind, I'm not a licensed pilot. I'm somebody who is curious. I like to read on things. If something fascinates me, I research about it, and I study and I learn. Just like I do with everything else, whether it's the television or computers or whatever it might be. I like to know how something works, right? Whether we're talking about, organic light emitting diode television, how does that work? Whether we're talking about the twisted pneumatic TN panel and why is it shifting colors versus vertical alignment. So I like to learn the basics about everything before I start getting interested. That's where the interest comes from, is the curiosity for you to learn, hey, how does this work? I would like to know, how does it work? What are the principles of these 1946, 1950 airplanes? And what was the principle of creating these airplanes back then? On what principles they work? And why they're burning so much oil? And why it's important to keep that oil consistent, so that way that the propeller doesn't stop. And I got interested. I started learning. So I want people to understand that I'm not a professional pilot. I just have an interest, curiosity, and I learn. I read up on it. I look at documentaries, and then that's how you get self-educated, called self-education, due to the fact that we have internet, and internet gives you the access. It's like a university, gives you the access of information for you to learn about whatever it is that you want to learn. And it's sad that majority of kids out there, majority of teenagers and college grads, they're too busy looking up at some chicks on Instagram instead of learning about. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't, fool around and, go out there, have a good time, meet with someone. But I'm simply saying you also have the access of information on the internet to learn about what you need to learn about. Instead of listening to somebody else's opinion about something, you can go straight to the source and you can learn. So now that you know that this center part right here is for the engineer, this right here is for the pilot, and here's the co-pilot, and the co-pilot is the one that's navigating, looking at the weather system, communicating with the air traffic control, getting the clearance, getting ready for the airport, stuff like that, for the landing strip. Now, here's another cool thing about this airplane. PMDG also gave you this 12-inch, as I like to call it, 12-inch tablet. And with 12-inch tablet, you can pretty much go through various different options to check the engine of the airplane, to open the cargo. For right now, I can open the front cabin exit, which is right over here, which I'm going to open in a minute. I'm going to show you. So this airplane, don't get lost. Stay with me. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to give you the justification why this airplane is $55 and why the $55 price tag it's justified, pretty much. I'm not sponsored by PMDG. This was not given to me for free. I support them. I gave them my hard-earned cash. Why? Because I appreciate what PMDG has done here. They're, in my opinion, the only developer right now that is truly taking the aviation and building these airplanes very seriously. And that's 2 thumbs up, in my opinion. That's where I'm always going to support developers when they do that. I'll support them any day, anytime. So I want to show you the functionality of this airplane. I want to show you how much you can actually do on this airplane. There's really no limits to what you can't do. Everything is accessible. Okay. Now let's look at the chat. When you guys come into chat, just keep in mind it's only for the subscribers, and there's a 23-second delay. The reason I'm doing this because I'm trying to avoid cryptocurrency scammers and spammers and stuff like that. Okay, I'm not running this channel to attract scammers, spammers, and trolls. I'm trying to keep this channel as professional as much as I can. So, for example, before we open the other functionality of the plane, before we open the cargo bay door and the front cockpit door, you can actually open this window as well. And how does it work? Just like in real life, you pull this lever, this red lever, which is right over here. You pull it to unlock it, just like you would normally in this airplane, and then you slide it, and there it is. Now you get your window open. You can do that as well. You can come over here and you can check out your engine, look at it. If you want to close it, you have to do it realistically. You have to slide it like you would normally. And when you slide it, you pull this lever, and this lever will push it right back in. It's going to push it right back in. So that way, you don't got any leakage of the air going into the, the cockpit. You don't want that. So it's sealed tight. You pull this, and it goes right back in. It goes right back in, and now it's sealed tight. You want to make sure that this is sealed tight. You can only open this window, obviously, when you are landing, when you're on the ground. Obviously, 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, you cannot open the window. It's not going to happen, especially if you're flying, let's say 80,000 knots or 120, 80 knots. I'm sorry, 80 knots or 120 knots. I don't think we have an airplane that goes 80,000 knots. I apologize about that. If you're going 80 knots or 120 knots, obviously opening this window is going to suck you right out. There's be nothing left of you, the kind of pressure you're going to feel. So this has to be sealed when you are out in the air. The only time you open this window is when you land, when you're on the ground, obviously. And yes, I apologize that I said 80,000 knots. I made an error. This plane could go up to 120 knots. But even at 80 knots, you're still flying at a very fast speed. But 120 knots, it's I think the maximum of speed that this airplane can go. So let's open the... I don't think we have an airplane that can go up to 120,000 knots. Maybe a UFO. So I apologize. So let's open the front cabin doors. You're going to see it opening right there. There it is. And you're going to notice that there's stairs over here. And you need these stairs because this airplane, it's very high up. This is a very high up plane. And the reason it has a built-in stairs because some of these airports, they don't have a stairs, a ladder that's high enough for this airplane. So they have it built in, and we'll bring out the stairs right now. We're gonna do that, cabin stairs. There it is. This airplane has full functionality. Like whatever you can do in real life with this airplane, you can do it on this PMDG simulated version. And you can also open your cargo. Your cargo bay, which is right over here. This cargo, it's for passengers' luggages, to keep all the passenger luggage in there. And we're going to open that. There it is. On the left, right here, at the very back of the plane, and also at the very front of the plane, you'll see it right over here as well. It's right over here, there, and then there's another one over here as well. And for the passengers, you can also open this door as well for the passengers, which would be right over here. We're going to bring the main cabin exit, which would be right over here. And this is where your passengers would come down. But you see how high up it is? And the passenger will need a certain stairs, air stairs, for this airplane. So we're going to put it right there, and there it is. Some airports have them, some they don't. I think in Alaska they have them plenty. Because believe it or not, in Alaska they're still using DC-6, but they're not using a commercial civilian DC-6. What they're basically using, it's a DC-6B, which is the cargo plane. And that cargo plane, it's delivering fuel and other things. And Alaska is still using that DC-6. It has proven to be very valuable plane for Alaska, because Alaska is very remote and everything's done by the plane. Either by the plane or by the boat if you can, but majority of time it's by the plane. Especially from Anchorage to Kodiak Bear Island. Kodiak Island, they call it Kodiak Island, but that's mainly where the Kodiak bears are. So they're using the DC-6 cargo plane, and they're still using it. However, it costs them a lot of money. The Alaskan state, it's paying a lot of money just to maintenance DC-6, because the oil for this engine, it's not something that it's being used anymore by a lot of countries because of the pollution and global warming and all that other stuff. They don't recommend that the airplane keep using the specific kind of oil for this engine. But they're still using it out there, but it's costing them a lot of money. It costs them arm and leg to actually maintain these engines and the oil that it requires. You have to remember, this airplane, it's from 1946, early 50s, and it's a very old airplane, you know. And it has proven itself to be a very reliable plane, but it's also a very old plane. Considering what we have today with the advanced aerodynamics, you know. So as you can see, there's a lot of accessibility on this airplane. And this is the reason why PMDG has put the price tag of $55, because you are getting full accessibility here on this airplane. Okay, so what we're going to do next, we're going to close the all of this here. We're going to close the front cabin and all that. We're going to close it all up. Close it up. Close the door. Cargo bay down below. Both of them. And of course, we're going to go over here, get the air stairs. We don't need the air stairs anymore. Remove that. It's removed. And then we're going to close the main cabin as well. Keep it tightly secured. All right, so now this is the important part right here. So the question is, how do you start this airplane? Well, that's what we're going to start talking about right now. To start this airplane, you have to make sure, before you check your engines and everything here, and select the cargo, how much of passengers would you like to have, how much fuel would you like to have on there for your destination. You got to make sure you go to a checklist. The checklist is the important part. What the checklist is the is your engineer. This is the guy I was telling you about. Like he's in the back over here, as you will see. That's his headphones, some books and stuff he's reading. So he usually hangs around here, but now he needs to come back over here and sit at the center. So at the center, that's what he's going to be doing. And you're going to hear his voice. I'm going to let him talk. So the first thing you want to do, before you turn on the engine, you need your engineer to check everything, to make sure that everything's properly set up okay, before you turn on the engine. We also going to make sure, before we have him check everything, we're also going to make sure that our trim is elevated properly when the time comes in for us to take off. We're going to do that later. But first thing first, let's have him do his thing. Let's call him up. We'll call him Billy Bob Joe. All right, Billy Bob Joe. We want you to do the checklist before we start, so you're going to hear him talk. All right, Billy Bob Joe, do your thing.
Cockpit pre-flight.
You see he's checking everything, all the gauges, making sure it's running properly before we start the engine.
Completed. Voice recorder. Tested. Oil coolers and cow flaps. Auto and position. Fuel and fluids. Checked. Pressurization. Set. Manifold and duct pressure. Checked. Radios.
Where's radio?
Checked. Doors and hatches.
He's checking doors. It's closed. He checked it.
Door warning lights. Out. Gear pins. Removed. 3 on board. Seat belts and pedals. Adjusted. Throttles. Set to idle.
Good.
Propellers. Forward and 3. Before start checks complete. Start engines.
All right, so now we can start the engines. So now that he checked everything, now we can finally start the engines. We're going to do that. We're going to make sure that everything's set to both. This is your ignition for both engines. Left, right, left, right, left, right. And now we're going to turn it on. And you're going to see once we turn this engines on, you're going to see the gauges start spinning and moving, and you'll hear the airplane start shaking a little bit because it's starting to get the engines to roll. So let's go ahead, let's do it. Here we go. You see? You can hear it.
Ground MRFOURKA while 1979er heavy request taxi for north departure with Charlie.
Report K19er heavy taxi to and hold short of runway 28 right using taxiway Bravo. Contact tower on 119.1 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 28 right using taxiway Bravo. MRFOURKA.
Now, the one more thing we got to do before we continue is, before we take off, do a checklist. So before takeoff, that's the second step. We have to do that. The engineer needs to make sure that the mixtures and all of that is taken care of.
Boost pumps. Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off. Autopilot and carb heat. Off and cold. Hydraulic system. Down, forward, pressure and quantity checked. Okay. Flaps 20.
He's checking the flaps.
Set 20. Windows and turbine. Closed and on. Controls. Gust lock released. Free.
Okay.
Pitot heater. On. Mixture and cowl flaps.
There we go. we're good to go. So it definitely takes a little bit of a procedure before you start this airplane, but that's okay. That's the whole point of the having PMDG do this. You know, it's to really give you that realism of this airplane. So now we're going to slowly start moving to our runway. We're going to go ahead and we're going to get the clearance. We already got the clearance. You see the blue line taking us to taxi out. So we're going to taxi out to our runway. We're going to get the clearance, and we're going to go ahead and do that really quick. As you can see, all the gauges are up and running. Right here, you'll see your speed, how many knots you're going, your altitude, your attitude, your climb. This is your mixtures of your carburetor, air. Usually, I wouldn't mess around with this too much unless there's a bit of temperature here. If the temperature was too high, then you can regulate the carburetor air. But this is your mixture for your oil and fuel. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to taxi out slowly. We're going to taxi out. We're going to pull the brake out. Hold on. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to request a tow to pull me back, because as you know, the airplanes cannot go backwards. So I'm going to request to be pulled back. So we're going to get pulled back slowly. They don't have the pullback animated, but that's fine. They can always fix that in the future. Okay. Now that's done, we can go inside the cabin, inside the cockpit, and we can start taxiing out to our runway. Thank you, Mark Davis. DC-6, Douglas DC-6. It's an amazing airplane, but it's also an airplane that requires a lot of attention, and that's something that you guys will see once I take off, once I get my trim elevated and take off. It takes a lot of effort. Usually it takes 3 people to fly this airplane, and for a good reason. You need the engineer. It's really important. Hopefully in the future they will do a co-op where you could have someone join you in the multiplayer. PMDG, if you should do this, that'd be awesome. if you choose to do this, that would be great to have a co-op multiplayer join you as a engineer and a co-pilot as well to be navigating through the ATC traffic control. That'd be great to have 3 people in a multiplayer working together. That'd be great. It's just something I suggest, but we'll see. So now we're going to slowly taxi out. This is the parking brake over here. Down here, this is your parking brake. We're going to turn that off. And we're going to slowly start moving as we are right now to our destination. Come on. We got a long way to go. Well, we're almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Perfect. And we're going to position ourselves over here to the runway. And we're clear for takeoff here, pretty much. All right, so the only thing left for us to do we're ready to go. We're in a Palm Beach International. The weather looks fine. All right, we got the live weather. The skies are clear. Looks perfect. Well, not so clear, but, you know, we'll be all right. So now we're going to go ahead and take off. This is the important part. Before you take off, and I cannot emphasize this enough, before you get eager to take off with this airplane, the most important part is going to be your elevation of the trim. I would suggest highly, as you will see, to keep your trim elevation just slightly above nose up 5, where it says nose up and then 5, just slightly above the 5, and keep it there. Trust me, you're going to want to do that. Otherwise, you're going to go into a ditch, and that's not going to be good. So keep it right here. Remember, this is an old airplane, and you have to treat this airplane as you are transported to 1950s, right? You have to take a time machine and transport yourself to 1950s, and you have to treat this airplane as if you are in the 1950s. So just slightly above 5, like right here. Right here. Can you see it? Right there? Just slightly above 5. Can you guys see it? Just slightly. Nose up above 5. Right there. Right there. And then the only thing left for us to do is to take off. So here we go, boys. Let's do it. Let's hear the engine roaring. Let's hear this beast. Because it is a beast. Let me take a sip of water before we do this. Here we go, fellas. This is the moment. You see? Elevation trim. Exactly what I was telling you about. You see? That's why you had to do that. We can also regulate our trim on the left a little bit. We can also push this down slightly higher. Elevate the trim here, going left. Keep it like that. A little bit to the right. Slightly to the right. Slightly to the right. Slightly to the right. Let's keep climbing.
Palm Beach Tower MRFO URKA Y1979er heavy frequency change.
Here we go.
Palm Beach approach MRFO URKA Y1979er heavy is type 2 miles northeast of Palm Beach 1700.
Let's keep climbing.
Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace.
We're 4K19er79er heavy Palm Beach approach. Squawk 2341.
And there we go.
2341 MRFO URKA Y1979er heavy.
This plane is very heavy and it takes a lot of
Contact 3 miles northeast of Palm Beach 3.
back and forth,
Cleared through the Charlie airspace. Maintain on navigation.
constant babysitting. This airplane needs to be babysit all the time. Whether you're trimming, checking your mixtures, and all of that, it takes a lot of effort. Okay, let's look at our trim over here. There we go. Go a little bit higher, slightly higher. We want to make sure we get a good climb over here. And we're going straight into Bermuda Triangle. I'm just kidding. We're not going to go there. So it's a beautiful airplane. It really is. It takes a while to get used to it. You know, it's a learning curve, just like everything else. But once you get a hang of it, once you study this airplane, once you learn how to properly use this airplane, it becomes more enjoyable. Now, landing this airplane, it's a whole different story. It's a whole different ball game. So let's go back inside the cockpit. Let's elevate this a little bit like this. A little bit like that. Keep it steady. There we go. We're good to rock and roll, guys. We're good to rock and roll. But you definitely feel how heavy this airplane is when you're flying it. There's no question about it. It's a beautiful airplane, it really is. Hey, what's up, Vincent Paradiso? How you doing, brother? Yeah, this is a classic Douglas DC-6 airplane, and isn't it interesting? Sometimes these older airplanes are much more enjoyable than the like these new airplanes. Same thing with the cars. You know, the old cars and muscle cars are more enjoyable than these new electric shavers, right? Isn't that interesting? How something that's older, it's more enjoyable than something that's more advanced and newer. So let's elevate the trim here a little bit. We got a good altitude here, so we can slowly elevate it a little bit. Just a slightly little bit. Not too much. Just a slightly so little bit. So it'll come down like that. It'll go like that. Keep that elevation going. Hey, what's up, Val? How you doing, bro? Yeah, the public chat, it's open, but it's only for subscribers, you know. Subscribers, and there's like a 23 seconds delay, because I've been getting a bunch of cryptocurrency scammers. They want to advertise on my site, you know, like, look, if you guys want to advertise your cryptocurrency, pay me, and I'll advertise you. But you got to pay me. You know, I'm not going to do it for free. You know. So I had to kind of take care of that. You know, work on that. It's internet. You know, you got all kinds of people jumping on the YouTube, and for whatever reason, I seems to be like a magnet for them. Which is something I'll never understand. You know, with so many other YouTubers out there, they chose me. Like, I'm honored if I'm that kind of an influence. I'm honored, you know. Where's my Guinness Records title, whatever? Where's my gold medal, you know, from being the most influential magnet for everybody? Because if I'm not that influential, then why all these assholes are coming here? Why they're scamming me? Am I really that important? I guess I am. So, PMDG, I just want to say congratulations to PMDG. They did a really fantastic job on this airplane. I am just amazed. The attention to detail that they have put onto this airplane, from everything that you have seen in the beginning, from opening the cargo bay doors to going through a checklist, The amount of accessibility you have on this airplane, it's unbelievable. You can even choose different types of lights, just like you can on the real DC-6. You can choose what type of lights would you like, a white or the red, and you can adjust that brightness right here, whether you want the white light or the red light. And you can do that here when you turn on the lights, which is pretty cool that they have that availability. You can see it right here, and you can adjust that light. You can see a little bit of redness right there on a console. Mini-Me Minecraft, I hope they're gonna include this on Microsoft. So far, on the Xbox Series X version, so far it's not available on the Microsoft Store. This is only available on a PC as a add-on, but hopefully PMDG will make some kind of partnership with Microsoft and the Xbox, and hopefully they will include this as a Microsoft Store, plane. Right now, it's not a Microsoft Store plan. Right now, this is a zip file. You need to go to PMDG website, and from the PMDG website, you need to order it there, and then you have to extract the files and put it in the community folder, and from the community folder, you extract it and you install it. So hopefully, in the future, this will be available on the Xbox console, Series X and Series S. So if you are watching this PMDG, please include this onto the Xbox, and I guarantee you the amount of money you guys gonna make, it's gonna be ridiculous. The amount of people gonna be buying this airplane, it's gonna be crazy. So I think it will happen, but don't expect it to happen right away. We might see this maybe holiday season or something, or maybe by the end of this year, or maybe next year. I don't know, but that's up to PMDG. I don't work for PMDG. I'm not sponsored by PMDG. I just appreciate what PMDG has done here, and I am showing them my support because I purchased the plane, and that's why I'm doing this live stream. But hopefully they see this video, this live stream, and hopefully they will talk to Asobo team and Microsoft Store, Xbox, and hopefully they will include it. Which I don't see any reason why they wouldn't, because Just Flight has already included F-15. F-15, it's already included. So I don't see any reasons why this wouldn't be possible in the future. Oh yeah, man, we're almost, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. We're so close to it, man. This airplane is just remarkable. And look how beautifully it runs. It's elevated so perfectly. It's almost like a ship sailing, man. It's so good. This airplane has been used during a World War II. It is originally a military airplane. It was a military airplane before it became a, for the civilian use and other things. Also, in 1960s, Yugoslavian president back then, Marshal Tito, you guys might know who he is, or you could Google him, Marshal Tito. Back then, Yugoslavia was one country with 6 provinces, 6 republics, including Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia, Serbia, Montenegro, Macedonia, Slovenia, etc., etc. 6 republics, and he was the president of that country, Yugoslavia. And he was the one that purchased this airplane, and he used it to travel and to visit other countries, to meet with other presidents and leaders of the countries. So Marshal Tito is the one who bought this airplane, an American airplane. You would think he would have bought a Russian airplane, but no, he bought an American airplane. He bought this one, DC-6. So there's a lot of history on this airplane. If you go through Wikipedia, if you watch documentaries, if you go through like a Google search and do a research on this airplane, you're going to find out the remarkable history of this airplane. Now here, we can check our mixtures, make sure that everything is running smoothly. We can see over here how many knots we're going. We're going 120 knots right now. Maybe we shouldn't go that fast. Maybe we should lower it down a little bit. Maybe we shouldn't be going that fast. Because I just want to make sure that my mixture here is fine. Let me see. 35, that's good. Let's check out over here. We got enough fuel. Icing fluid seems to be fine. Okay. Cabin differential pressure seems to be elevated. Okay.
Climb and maintain 4,900 feet. Expect vectors. Visual runway 27 approach. Generic 6-4 X-ray.
They want us to climb a little bit higher. So we're going to do that. We're going to climb a little bit higher. We're going to adjust our trim over here, which would be right over here. The trimming, it's very important. You gotta be very careful how you trim. You can't go too quick. You gotta go so gently, man. Otherwise, you're gonna crash. You're gonna stall. You're gonna lose the control. So what's gonna happen if you go too quick on the trim? You're gonna stall, and you're gonna lose the control, and you're gonna crash. This is something I learned from documentaries, from the real pilots. So this is not something that I'm just saying. This is something that I researched. Again, I'm not a professional pilot. I don't have a professional license. You know, I'm just somebody who is curious and has an interest in these airplanes and aviation. I'm like a fan who has an interest, and I'm researching and I'm studying and I'm learning. Basically, that's pretty much where my knowledge comes from. So we want to make sure we just slightly nose up a little bit. Slightly. You see? So now it's going to elevate a little bit like that. We can climb up a higher altitude because there's a bunch of clouds down there. This airplane, it's about 25,000 feet. You can go up to 25,000 feet, which is slightly below Mount Everest. Mount Everest, 29,000 feet. And this can go up to 25,000 feet, which is pretty good. Yeah, Marshal Tito bought this airplane, and for the right reasons, you know, because it was back then this airplane was very reliable. Can handle all kinds of weather conditions, all kinds of wind conditions. This airplane was no-brainer for Marshal Tito. He's like, yeah, this is where I'm going to be flying in. This is the type of plane I want to fly in. And it required, obviously, 3 pilots to pilot this airplane. Which you can see over here, there's a third seat. You know, that's why you have 3 seats over here. This is the third person. This is where the engineer. So engineer basically sits right here in the center. And his job, engineer job, is to sit over here and keep an eye on the gauges here, okay? His job is to keep an eye on the gauges in the center, okay? So the guy who's the engineer, he sits here and he keeps an eye on the mixtures, on the carburetor air, make sure everything's running smoothly, keep an eye on the gauges to make sure that the one of the engines is not overheating, making sure there's no icing, making sure that the oil is not burning. If the oil is burning on one of the engines, then you're in a big trouble, man. You could still fly with 3 engines, but it's gonna be less of the equilibrium. You're gonna have to really hope that you don't lose control as you come down. I watched documentaries of all of this. So his job is to keep an eye on all of the engine aspects. So that's all he's a mechanic. The guy at the center is the engineer. He's the mechanic, and he makes sure that he listens to the pilot, letting him know, okay, check the pressure in this, check the pressure in that, check the oil, check the fuel, check this, check that, check the temperature, cabin pressure, etc., etc. And then he goes in, he listens to his headphones. The headphones are right over here. He puts it on. Why do you need to wear headphones? Because they need to isolate the sound. These engines are very loud. This airplane, when you are inside, it's very loud. This is what the pilots are saying. Not me saying it. The veterans, the pilots. I watched the documentary on a History Channel, Discovery Plus, Curiosity Channel. I did a research, and they all said you have to wear these headphones so you can communicate. So that way these headphones will isolate the very tremendous sound that's coming. So you can hear the pilot sitting on that side, and then you can hear the co-pilot. The co-pilot's job is to communicate with the air traffic, right? Tuning to the air traffic over here, and then, you know, go to the ATC over here, communicate, and that's it. Right now we're on a course to the runway 27 approach, generic 6410. So we don't have to do anything here. We're following the flight path, but that would be the job of the co-pilot, is to make sure that he communicates with the tower, with the air traffic control. And that's why you see these consoles separated: left, right, center. Center is for the engineer, right here. Left is for the pilot. Right's for the co-pilot, who is also keeping an eye on the air traffic control. And having three pilots, 3 people on this plane, that's what makes it so enjoyable. You know, it's a very enjoyable experience. A lot of these guys in Alaska who are using a DC-6A, this is DC-6B. DC-6A is the Alaskan cargo airplane, which I'm going to show it to you guys later on, which is included here as well. They're still using these airplanes, believe it or not. You can check this out. In Alaska, they're still using these airplanes, but it cost Alaskan state arm and leg to maintenance these airplanes because they're not producing these parts anymore. Some of these airplanes are in the museum because they're very old, since 1946, early 50s, after the World War II. These airplanes are super old, and they're not producing the parts. And the oil that they're using, it's also, you know, banned in some countries. You cannot use that oil. In Alaska, they can still use it, but it's costing them arm and leg to use the oil to maintenance these engines. The reason the oil is banned for this specific engine is because of the pollution and the global warming and all that, you know, Paris Accord, you know, save the planet, all that stuff, whatever. Okay? So it's costing him arm and leg to get that certain oil. This is what I saw in the documentary. This was on a documentary. You know, it's not me saying it. It's something that I researched. You know, so don't take my word for it. It's something that I have researched. You know, you guys can research as well. Go out there. Actually, you can research right now as I'm talking to you. You can go to Google and you can fact check all of this. Yeah. This plane, currently it's $55, $54.99. It's on sale during a July 4th weekend. Normally it's $60. And you can only purchase it from PMDG website. Yeah. Robin, yeah, 25 days to go, brother. Can't wait either. Excuse me. And look how stable this airplane is. Look how stable it is. The most stable airplane ever. And look at all this detail on this airplane. The reflection and the detail and everything. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's worth every penny. Honestly, Vincent Paradiso, it's worth every penny. I know for some people they would say, oh my God, you're paying the price of one video game. But remember, you are paying the experience of a true, realistic representation of this airplane. You know, you are getting the most accurate, simulated representation. I don't call it replica. Replica, it's an understatement. This is more than just a replica. This is a truly true representation, licensed true representation of Douglas DC-6 A and B airplanes. Comes with the two airplanes. The accessibility here, it's unbelievable. Everything's accessible. The attention to detail and the stuff that you can find here in the back. Read the books about the DC-6 and Douglas. The attention to detail here is truly remarkable, man. And truly is. You can pull this chair if you want to. You can pull this chair back if you want to. You have that option. I can pull it back if I want. I can go ahead and pull it back out if I want to, actually. So the accessibility of this airplane, it's just through the roof. I don't think you saw, like, I don't know when you came in, Vincent. You might have to watch this from the beginning when I started the live stream. If you watch this from the beginning, Vincent, you're going to be blown away. The accessibility that this airplane has. And I think that's why you're paying $55. There's a pretty good reason why you're paying $55. I think it's worth every penny. In my opinion, dude. You know, imagine getting a simulator like Bugatti. Fully licensed Bugatti. Everything. The way the engine feels when you turn it on, the way the your Logitech, the racing wheel alignments are moving on the steering wheel, every aspect of that Bugatti, it's implemented and licensed by Bugatti themselves, and is then being not replicated. That's the understatement. Then it's being represented through a digital simulator. Okay, and I think that's why you're paying a higher price, you know. And they did the same thing here. You can ask any of the veterans who've flown this airplane, and they're gonna tell you the same thing. They're gonna tell you that hands down, this is the most accurate representation of Douglas DC-6 A and B. Two airplanes. One is the cargo, the other one is the passenger civilian passenger transport. And don't take my word for it, guys. Don't take my word for it. You can go ahead, do your research, ask around, and you're going to find the same exact statements. All right, let me grab some coffee while we're traveling to Fort Knox. Fort Knox! You know what movie I always watch? One movie on July 4th I always watch. And I'll tell you when I come back. You guys enjoy the flight while we're flying? I'm going to grab some coffee. Don't worry, the airplane's not going to go up and down. This is a very sturdy airplane. Absolutely. I'll be right back. Let me grab some coffee. But I highly suggest, Vinny, that you check the beginning of this live stream. You're going to be blown away. The accessibility that it has. And I think I showcased that. When we land, I can showcase it again. When we land, I will show you the accessibility. It's just not through the roof. When we get to Fort Knox. Let me grab a coffee and then I'll tell you what movie Mr. 4K watches on July 4th. And no, it's not Independence Day. I know everybody's watching Independence Day. I like Independence Day, but it's not Independence Day. It's a different kind of a movie, and I'll tell you when I come back. For now, enjoy the flight. I'll be right back. I'll grab some coffee. I'll be right back. I'm back. So, where's the cinematic camera? There it is. It's right here. There we go. So what is my 4th of July movie that I always watch on July 4th? And that movie, my friend, is none other than Die Hard with a Vengeance. Die Hard with a Vengeance came out on 1995 summer. I think around the same time, late June, around July, during the July 4th holiday. And Die Hard with a Vengeance was a big hit, obviously. It was a big hit movie. Directed by the same film director who did the first one, John McTiernan. So absolutely, the movie was successful. Probably the best sequel. There's only 2 great Die Hard movies created by the same director, John McTiernan, who also directed Predator. You know, John McTiernan, such an underrated director. He also directed The Hunt for Red October. It's a shame that he never got the credit. John McTiernan never gets the credit for his work, and it kind of drives me crazy when you talk about Hollywood and all that. Like, I was watching Quentin Tarantino and on Joe Rogan, and honestly, Quentin Tarantino is so full of himself. When he talks, he talks about just like how big my cock is when I'm stroking it. I'm Quentin Tarantino. I got a standing ovation in Europe, in Cannes, blah 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 blah, in Paris, in France. And I want to just like I would never have that guy on my show. I would have somebody like John McTiernan, you know, somebody like Ridley Scott, you know. Those are the film directors I would have. I'm not a fan of Quentin Tarantino. I'm not. He's a Hollywood poster boy. You know, he's one of those guys who will do anything for these Hollywood, you know, weirdos. I'm not a fan of him. Sorry, I love Pulp Fiction. I enjoyed it. I love Reservoir Dogs. But I'm not a fan of Quentin Tarantino. Because the guy's so pompous. You know. Yeah. Yeah, I just, you know, I don't mean to shit on the guy. Just he just strikes me as a egoistic maniac. He says he doesn't care what people think about the way he, you know, emphasized on Bruce Lee. He made the Bruce Lee look like a prick. Bruce Lee, first of all, you don't know how Bruce Lee was because you weren't alive, Quentin. Okay, all right. You were a clerk at a video store. You weren't alive. Guess who was alive when Bruce Lee was alive? Guess who? And guess who his best friend was? Chuck Norris. So if anyone should talk about friendship and how Bruce Lee was, the one man can talk that, and that's Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris is the only guy who knew Bruce Lee better than anybody. Okay? They've known each other for a long time. They spend a lot of time together, and I appreciate the fact that Chuck Norris has this oath, that he swore this oath, that we'll never publicly talk about him, that we'll never use his name in vain. And I honor Chuck Norris. Actually, I'm going to applaud Chuck Norris. Thank you, sir. A true friend that made a promise not to ever use his name for publicity. I have utmost respect for Chuck Norris. Sir, you got my respects. Quentin Tarantino can suck a dick. Quentin Tarantino, you can suck a dick. Just like you told the rest of us to suck a dick, I tell you, you can have thousands of dicks to suck, Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, Chuck Norris is the real deal, man. It's the real deal. Now, that's my opinion about Quentin Tarantino. I'm not hating on the guy. he's not my cup of tea, bro. And it's so ridiculous to watch Joe Rogan pretending, that hysterical forced laugh. Like Joe Rogan, it's so changed these days. I don't even recognize the fucking guy. I don't recognize him. Why? Because he belongs to the group, and he's a different, changed person. That's what these guys do. When you become part of their group, they change you. You start acting like them. You start becoming like them, and you can see hysterical laugh. Yeah, wow, so funny. I don't like that. I don't like fake personalities, guys. This is the reason why I don't have that many friends. This is the reason why I am the way I am. And this is the reason why some people can't stand me, because they want me to play by their rules. People don't hate me. They love me. People love me. They don't fucking hate me. But they hate the fact that I don't play by their rules. And it drives them fucking crazy that they can't control me. For the same reasons the Freemasons were pissed at me. You could have been influential, Mr. 4K. You could have done different many things. But you choose to live this poor life, living in a little shack, when you could have lived large, have thousands of pussies and everything else. You know what I said? You can have it. You can have it. Enjoy it. I don't need it. So that's the way I am. In case people want to know, in case they're curious about me. Because I know there's so many of you curious about me. Curiosity is through the roof. Who is Mr. 4K? He's such an enigma. You know. Such an enigma. Enigma from Bosnia. From that Bosnian pyramid. I just happened to be born in Bosnia. Doesn't mean anything. Yeah, was I born next to the pyramid? Yeah. But what does that mean? Does it mean anything? I don't know. Doesn't mean anything. Guys, don't let anybody tell you different. What one man can do, another can do. Okay? The reason people talk down to you is because they don't want you to be successful. They don't want you to get a taste of that success, that sweet success. They don't want you to have that, icing of the cake on top of the pyramid. They don't want you to get a taste of that. They want you to be down below them. So that way they can control you, they can manipulate you, and they can have a power over you. Okay? This is why I never joined the Freemasonry. This is why I never joined anything. For that same reason. But you can do what one man can do, another can do. You can fly this airplane. You can learn ins and outs. You just have to be passionate about it. You just really want to focus and learn. And you're going to learn what you need to learn. And what one man can do, another can do. Don't let anybody else tell you different. They like to put fear into you. Oh, you cannot go down on the water and hold the breath. Yes, you can. But you have to calm yourself. You have to regulate your heartbeat. You can go in for like 3 minutes. You can hold your breath. You can come out fine. And then finally take the air out. So you can join the SEALs. You can become a SEAL. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. But they're gonna tell you can't do it. They're gonna tell you, oh, you're gonna panic. You're gonna call your mommy. Yeah. No. You know what you tell them? You tell them this. Fuck you. I'm doing it. I know what I gotta do. I know how I need to control my breathing. I know how to relax myself, how to calm myself. I know how to make myself comfortable once I'm in that water. And you can do it. So don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Don't let anybody tell you can do this, you can do that. Yes, you can. Yeah. But of course they're going to tell you can't do it because they don't want you to be successful. Money comes and goes. I don't understand these individuals. All they do is just think about money every day. Let's see where we at. How far are we from our destination? We got a long way to go, man, with this airplane. We're still in Florida, by the way. We're still flying in Florida. I'm sure there's a nearest airport around here somewhere. We can find the nearest airport. We're gonna fly around a little bit more before we find the nearest. Some sort of a storm coming, which I'm gonna actually, you know what? You know what? I need to look at the map to see where the storm is. Maybe we can go inside the storm. This storm's going to be approaching Tuesday on the Gulf of Mexico and scraping the parts of west coast of Florida. So I don't know. This storm could create some damage. You don't know. These things can change their course and their speed. So let's go look at this storm. Let's look at the storm tracker. Elsa has strengthened into a hurricane. So it's a hurricane already. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. So let's see where it's located. It's down currently past Barbados. We're going to do this tomorrow at Saturday, 8 a.m. We can go to we can go to Puerto Rico. We'll go to Puerto Rico tomorrow, and from Puerto Rico we can fly out and we can check this storm. Go right into it like a hurricane hunters. You just go right into it. Right now it's too far. It's too far away. So I don't want to bother. Hey, by the way, Vincent, I like your music, bro. I really do. I've been checking out your channel. I like the music you're creating, man. It's pretty cool. Lately, I've been getting into music myself. I've been using many different various softwares, like a Pioneer record box. Been mixing some stuff. I also want to use that software called the Reason 5 or Reason 6 or what's it called? There's this musical software. Think about connecting it to my Casio 72 keyboard synthesizer. Maybe start creating some music and whatnot. I used to do that, by the way. On a SoundCloud under Edosis Prometheus's name. That was my name on the SoundCloud. I used to create some tracks. I don't know. I might get back into it. I don't know if I have time. Creating music takes time, and that's something I don't have. But if I do have time, I would definitely love to jump back into it. And I don't know, man. We can maybe collaborate. We can maybe work something together through Dropbox. I can send you some samples through SoundCloud. You can maybe download those samples through SoundCloud. Mixcraft 8 with a MIDI keyboard. Cool. Hey, Vinny, you follow me on a Twitter? You should definitely follow me on a Twitter so we can direct message. So I can ask you some more questions directly. We can talk about this, and maybe I can, open my SoundCloud again, and I can start bringing some samples and put those samples on a SoundCloud, and you can download them, you can use them, or Dropbox, or vice versa, and then we can collaborate something. We can work on something. And then maybe you can you have a YouTube channel, and you can put those samples. You can we can work something together, and you can put it on your channel, and you can work on that music. But definitely hit me up on the Twitter, guys. Twitter direct message is the best way to get in touch with me. Also through my email, my Gmail, and Yahoo. You guys know my Gmail and Yahoo. There's that way for you to get in touch with me. Like I said, Twitter direct message, my email. It's a good way to get in touch with me. Instagram, you can also catch me from Instagram as well. You can contact me there. But Twitter, honestly, is the best way to get in touch with me, direct message. So I'm going to trim it up a little bit. To the right. Just a little bit to the right. Just a little bit to the right. It looks like a space shuttle, doesn't it? This thing looks like a space shuttle. Like the best way to explain DC-6 is like a space shuttle. Inside of it, it's exactly like a space shuttle, dude. Cool, you should definitely open it. Contact me, and then later on, tomorrow night or tonight, we can go back and forth and we can talk about it. We'll talk about the Mixcraft 8 and the Nexus 3, I can use the same software you're using, and you can walk me through the ins and outs of the software, and we can work on something together, collaborate. I can do a certain samples, I can do a certain beats, and then you can add those other beats that you want to add to it, and then we can kind of work together, collaborate, and I can give you those samples, and you can combine those samples with your samples, and then we can orchestrate something together. The way Hans Zimmer works with, let's say, Harry Gregson Williams, they create these samples and different sounds, and then they work together, and then they put it together, and then they orchestrate that sound, which is pretty cool. I love this. I love creating music, man. I love it, and it's something takes time, and like that it can be a very long process. Everything takes a long time. Video editing takes a long time. Creating music takes a long time. I'm going to trim it a little bit to the right. We might land on Orlando, man. I don't know. I think we're going to go to Orlando over here. Right over here. Kissimmee. Orlando, like right here. K-O-R-L. K-O-R-L. I think we could land here. Or Kissimmee, Or we can go to this airport. There's an airport over here, dude. We can land right over here. To KSRQ. KSRQ. Well, the KSRQ is right there. Honestly, it's right there. We could easily land there. But I don't know why it's not showing up. KSRQ. I guess we're not close yet. We still got a long way to go. But this is where I want to go. KSRQ. Right over here. I know it's, you know, you're right, Vincent Paradiso. It takes time, but, you know, once you've finished, right, when you finally create that track, there is this such a great feeling of reward, right? You have this essential completion feeling that, hey, we just finished something, we accomplished something, we created something really cool, and now we can share this creativity with the rest of the world. You know, some people will like it, some will not, but, you know, it's that feeling, hey, I created something. This is our unique signature. Only we created this. It's our signature. And we blueprinted this signature, and it's ours, and there's that sense of completion, you know. And I think that's the beauty of being an artist and being creative. It's that sense of, hey, this is my blueprint. This is what we created. This is what we collaborated on. And we created this significant music, right? So the plan is for me to go to this airport right here, KSRQ, which I believe it's in Tampa, just below Tampa. KSRQ right over here, and that's where we're gonna go. So we're gonna trim this to the right a little bit, just slightly to the right. There, just so slightly to the right. Let's move it a little bit more to the right. A little bit more. You can see it turning slowly. Will it look good? Will it what look good? All right, we need to move a little bit more, like maybe 10 degrees to the right, just so slightly. And we're gonna land over here. Well, Jesse, I think it will. I think that even though it's not going to be native 4K, it's going to be 1440p, upscaled to 4K. I think it's going to be great. Sure, they're going to have to sacrifice on certain things like the texture and maybe texture filtering is not going to be 16 times as it's going to be on a Series X. The texture will be lowered down a little bit. Some things will be watered down on a Series S. But I think the experience it's still going to be there. You know, you're still going to have HDR. You're still going to have Dolby Vision. And you're still going to have a decent resolution, 1440p upscaled to 4K. A lot of people are dismissing 1440p as if it's like a 480p or something. 1440p is still good. I mean, PlayStation 4 Pro, when it was checkerboard, it was mainly checkerboard 1440p, and it looked great. Gran Turismo Sport was checkerboard 1440p, but it looked great. It will look good. Now, the cleanest, most detailed experience, in my opinion, and the Asobo's opinion, it will be on the Big Daddy, Series X. Obviously, it's going to be Series X. But, for $300, my friends, come on. But I can't wait. And I know you guys are waiting for that video. Man, I can't wait for that. I know that video is going to blow out. There's going to be so many people watching that video. You guys can't wait for me to do that comparison. I know. So, Jesse, stay subscribed to my channel. July 27th, I can't wait to showcase that video, to give you my opinions on it, to show you the differences between the Series S version and Series X version. And you might be surprised. I might be surprised. But that's why it's so exciting. And we're all waiting, and the excitement is building up, man. And I cannot tell you how many people are so excited, man. This is like a World Cup, like a final game World Cup or something, man. It's the excitement is ridiculous. So we'll find out pretty soon. 2 weeks and a half, almost 2 weeks, right? 2.5 weeks. We'll find out. We'll find out. You mean, can I record it on 30 FPS? Yes. Now, there's another thing to keep in mind, guys. You know, all of this will depend on your internet because of the Azure. This is all being rendered by the Azure satellite imagery. You know, the Azure and your internet, the Azure data server and your internet data will play a huge role on your console. So you guys should be more concerned about getting your internet ready than worrying about whether or not Xbox Series S or X can handle it. Don't worry. Both machines are AMD and they both can handle what they need to handle. But the key factor, what Vinny just mentioned, which is a great point, it's going to be your internet. Your internet's going to be the key factor here. So upgrade your internet, man. You got 2.5 weeks. Upgrade your internet. You're going to need to upgrade your internet, man, big time. My favorite console has to be Series S. A lot of people ask me, why is Series S my favorite console? Couple of reasons. Number one, hold on, we gotta turn over here a little bit. We gotta turn to the right. Turn to the right like that. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you, you can turn straight with this knob over here. Series S because, number one, the console is very small. Very easy to put whatever you want to put it. on your entertainment center. Very easy to carry, portable. Put it in your backpack, in your rucksack. Take it with you. Take it to the hotel. You can play all these cool games with a 1440p upscale to 4K, 120 FPS, Dolby Vision, HDR, quick resume, solid state drive, NVMe, no loading time. Series S for sure. You know, and the way I'm judging it, and the reason I'm picking it up as my favorite, is because the value for $300 and what it can do. That's the way I'm looking at it. Series X, it's really not meant for you to be putting it in your backpack, to carrying that thing. It's very heavy. It's like having a dumbbell from the gym in your backpack. It's gonna probably tear apart your backpack. It's not meant to be carried around and move around. PlayStation 5 definitely it's not user friendly for your entertainment center because it's too damn big. So that's one of the reasons why I prefer a Series S, honestly. And definitely one of my favorites. I can't believe I'm saying this. I never thought I would say this. You know? But I'm saying it. First of all, it's cheap. It's affordable. And it's just a perfect in my opinion, it's a perfect console for those of you who are looking to save money and have something portable, easy to carry, to move around. And you can also use it as a emulator and play Nintendo games and other emulator software you can put in there, load up. It has the expansion bay for solid state drive and NVMe. Has a bunch of USB 3s. Look, yeah, man, I can't believe I'm saying this. Is it reliable? Well, I have it now for a couple of weeks. Not a couple of weeks. 7 days. Almost 8 days. And I played Battlefield 5 endlessly. I played a Rainbow Six endlessly. I played Forza Horizon endlessly. And it does get a little bit hot, but it keeps the temperature at the medium hot, not like overheating hot. And I like that. I like that it's quiet. You barely hear it. When I turn on my PlayStation 4 Pro, it's like a Boeing 747. PlayStation 4 Pro is like a Boeing 747. It is ridiculous. Even my Scorpio edition, when I turn on my Scorpio edition, when I play Red Dead Redemption, on my Scorpio edition, it's like a Boeing 747. This thing, it's unbelievable. It's quiet. You barely hear it. It's like, it doesn't get too hot. Obviously, you got to have some heat coming. That heat has to be blown out of the, from the fan. But it's whispery quiet. And all of that for $300, man. Yeah, Series S. I'll make an additional video. While I give my review on it, I'll make an additional video, like a standalone video, where I will talk about all of that stuff. You know, why I prefer Series S. Now, don't get me wrong. If you want a console, that will give you that clarity, bells and whistles, all of that good jazz, then of course you gotta go with you gotta go with the Series X, pretty much. Runway 32. Runway 32.
Sarasota Tower MRSO URKAY19er 79er Heavy is unfamiliar with the area. Request directions to the airport. MRSO URKAY19er 79er Heavy Airport is 5 o'clock 2 miles.
All right, so we'll have to turn around, and we're gonna have to land on this airport. Oh, Robin, you guys gonna love it, man. Don't forget to purchase and sign up for Turtle Beach Velocity. Guys, you need to sign up. You're gonna believe me, man. Right now, you guys are not hearing me out, but you're gonna remember this date, July 2nd. That's gonna be very difficult to find. That controller, Turtle Beach Velocity, the fully comprehensive controller with throttles and everything, is going to be very difficult to find. On when it gets released, and then you'll have to pay arm and leg. You'll have to pay much higher price for it from the scalpers. All right, we're gonna land on this airport, just behind us. But first, we need to turn around. We need to turn around. It's right here. The airport's right there. We're gonna go to the ocean, and then we're gonna land. So that's why, yeah, that's right, Minnie. That's why I keep telling everybody, you need to sign up for the pre-order. Once the pre-order is up, have your card ready, put your information on there. I'm telling you, the scalpers will buy that thing like that. Them scumbags will purchase all of it. They're gonna scalper all of that shit. They're gonna scalpel all that shit. It's going to be very hard to find that. And you will want that controller. You will want that controller. Trust me. You're going to want that controller so badly. There's no question about that. You're going to want it badly. And you're going to regret. Because now you're going to have to pay $1,000, $1,200 on something that's $300, you know. So, or $250. I'm sorry, $250. I apologize. I think it's $250 or $300. But yeah, it's called a Turtle Beach Velocity, fully comprehensive Velocity Xbox Series X, Series S, and a PC. It works with your Xbox X and S, and it works with your PC, dude. For $300, that's, you gotta, man. You gotta sign up for that shit, man. I'm telling you, you're gonna regret. You're gonna remember these words. You're gonna remember Mr. 4K. Oh, I should have listened to him. I should have listened to him. Because the last thing I want to see is you guys spending $1,200 for something that doesn't cost that much. Are you signed up already? Awesome, Robin. Guys, make sure you do the same thing. You guys need to sign up. Okay, so we're gonna move our trim down a little bit. We're going to elevate the trim. We're going to turn around. Well, it's really going to help you guys. Having that controller, it's going to make this entire experience much better. Instead of you using a... Yes, you can use a controller. You can use the Xbox controller. You can fly with that. But if you want that best, realistic, most accurate experience, then, brother, there's only one way to do that. There's only one way to do that, brother. You know what you got to do. You know what you got to do. Oh my goodness! Oh, oh my God! Oh Lord! I fucked it up here. I should have done better. But hey. Hey, it doesn't matter. Look, the point being is we have landed. All right? Look at the markings that I left. The problem was I was going kind of crooked, spinning in crookedly to the right. And then instead of going 20 knots, I was going 40 knots. And that's why it spinned. But hey, it's all good. Actually, this is perfect. I couldn't have asked for better landing myself. Look, at least we didn't crash. Not to mention this airplane, it's very hard. It's very heavy, guys. When you start flying this airplane, it's very heavy. But it's not impossible to take off. It's not impossible to control. And it's definitely not impossible to land. But you really have to babysit the trajectory. And I didn't babysit trajectory. I kind of did it half-assed. Think of it like an emergency landing. This was kind of like an emergency landing, half-assed, but nonetheless, we have landed, you know. Now, let me show you a couple of things you can do on this airplane, Vinny, that I didn't get a chance to show you earlier. Number one, you can access anything. You can even open this window if you like. Like right now, we can open this window. Get it open. Get some air. Right there. And why don't we request a pullback? Now the pullback, they're still working on the pullback. They don't have, you know, a vehicle to pull you back, because the airplanes cannot go backwards. You need a pullback. But I can request one, and I can have them move it to the hangar. This is gonna look invisible, but it's gonna work. So we're gonna request a pullback. To pull us back. And then we can taxi out ourselves. You know what? We can taxi out ourselves. That's okay. That's fine. We can taxi out ourselves. It's all good. Hold on. Let's go taxi out first, and then
Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off.
Thank you, Vinny.
Pilot and carbide. Off and cold. Hydraulic system. Down, forward, pressure and quantity checked. Okay.
I made it, but I should have planned it better. You know, you got to plan the landings better. Trajectory and your speed. It's the key factor of. I was, as a matter of fact, I spoke to one of the pilots from Sweden, and I asked him, like, what's the key success for a good landing? He says, well, you need to measure the distance between you and the airport, and you need to lower that speed. You don't want to exceed more than 20 knots. You want to keep it consistent to 20 knots. And then when you get to the approach of the airport, have your flaps ready. Your flaps ready, so that way you can lower that 20 knots to like 15 to 10 knots. And that way you can land smoothly. Obviously, you have to stay focused when you do that. You know what I mean?
On. Before takeoff checks complete.
You have to do all of that smoothly, you know. So now we're going to taxi out to where it says vertical sim, to the hangar. We're going to taxi out. We're going to get there. And then we're going to go ahead and I'm going to show you some things that you can do. The accessibility on this plane. Hold on. Hold on. I'm doing all kinds of wrong here. Right now, we don't care. It's an emergency landing, so we're just like, whatever. Okay. I'm gonna do it right over here. Right over here. Right next to this one. And we're gonna pull on the brake. Let's request the assistance here for the pullback. Actually, we can also turn it around. This is Sarasota, Florida, basically. Boom. There it is. So let me show you. Let me turn off. Let's turn off the engine. Hold on. Let's turn off the engine. And then I'm going to show you basically what this plane accessibility really is all about. So first, let's go ahead and let me show you what you can access in terms of unlocking the cargo bay doors, the cabin doors, and stuff like that. So let's go over here. So we're going to first open front cabin exit. Which would be right over here. There it is. Now, when this front cabin exit door is open, you will see a mechanical stairs, air stairs. These air stairs will come down because that's the only way on this airplane that you can come down is through these mechanical air stairs. So we're going to turn them on as well, right over here. Front cabin stairs. And they're going to come down. So now you can exit. You can kind of walk out. And actually, as a matter of fact, you can even see it from here. Actually, you can kind of walk back here and you will see it. There it is. Technically, you can come down if you want. No, you can't. But it would be cool if you could. But hey, you can see them. There it is. The stairs are there. You can safely, you know, walk your way down. So now we're going to go back over here. And we're going to open the cargo. Cargo hold. Right there. Cargo hold is your front and back luggage. Where you keep the luggage here for the front and the back. Alright? So now you can, as a pilot, all three of you, a pilot, engineer, and a co-pilot, all three of you can safely walk downstairs, grab some coffee, grab some beverages, relax, flirt around with the stewardess, flight attendants, you know, and then get fired for sexual harassment and lose your pilot license. You can do that. You can get canceled. That's just joking. My joke. Can I joke? Can I make a comedy? Damn it. Bill Cosby is free. I think I should be able to make a fucking comedy. The proof is in the pudding, okay? Anyway. I know I'm gonna... Probably I have upset some, you know, SJWs and feminism out there. Groups, pretty sure. Just by me saying this, I'm pretty sure I just trigger them to the oblivion. So now let's open the main cabin stairs. No, actually the main cabin exit. This is where the passengers will be able to exit. See it right here? Right there. We just opened that door. And this is where the passengers will be coming out. But they need the cabin exit stairs. So we're going to go ahead and bring the cabin stairs. There they are. So now they can come out and exit. This was how it was done back in the D-Day. The D-Days! Them old days. back in the days. This is a World War II airplane. Since 1946, after the World War II, since 1946, early 50s, very old plane. So now you can come out this way. But what else can you unlock? Well, you can also have a bar and a tractor unlocked as well. It's right here. You see it? There it is. This is the guy that's going to help you. This tractor right here is going to help you with a tow back. If you need to be tow back, like I just did it earlier. But for some reason, it doesn't show up when you are using it, actually. But when you're stationary, it shows up. But when you are using it, like I did earlier, it doesn't show up. But there it is. So you see the amount of features and accessibility they're available on this plane. So that's why you're paying $55, because you got a ridiculous amount of accessibility. You can also have the wheel chocks as well. You see these wheel chocks? So that way you don't move, and you can't move, so you have them on. So that way they can check the airplane engines and everything. They can work on it, check it out before they put it into the hangar, right? You see it clearly here. There it is. Right there. See those little orange chalks right there? Right over here. You can also have the pitted covers as well, if you choose to do so. You can also have engine oil pans. Put in there to be checked. You see? Can you guys see them? You see it right over here? See, they're opened right there. See it right here? You see it right over here? That's where they're going to change the oil, right there on the engines. See how it's opened right over here? So the amount of accessibility that you have here, it's truly remarkable. So people say, "Oh, $55. I don't know if I want to spend that kind of money." Like, dude, you are getting fully licensed, fully accessible airplane. You can have mechanic stands, so that way you can have mechanic come in and change the oil. See right here? The guy climbs up there, and you see right over here? The guy can go in there, can climb up and work on the engines, and fix it up, change the oil, do what it needs to do. Don't forget to open the window for the pilot to get some air, fresh air. Slide it. Hold on. There we go. Open it, slide it. And here, when you go out the window, you can see that the guy's working on there. There's the stairs. He's working on the engine. I think it would be kind of cool if they put like mechanical dudes walking around, right, with the yellow jackets and working on the propeller. That'd be kind of cool. So, what else? I mean, the accessibility is through the roof here. You can even adjust the brightness of this 12-inch iPad. You can also have a ground power unit to check electricity and stuff like that. So you pretty much got everybody working here. Everyone's here, dude. Look at this. This airplane is ready to rock and roll, dude. The accessibility, it's unbelievable.
Blue Streak 5521, follow the aircraft on final. 1225 at 17. Clear to land runway.
You can adjust the brightness of this 12-inch iPad. Look at this.
Runway 14 Blue Streak 5521.
Look at this. Adjust the brightness peak on this plane. It's just remarkable. And this is just one airplane. There's a second one, which is the cargo plane. You can adjust the light over here, whether you want the red light or white light. You can adjust it as well. Oh yeah, the PMDG did a great job, man. They truly did a great job. And this is what I was talking about, Vinny. Like why I was upset about the Spitfire, right? Remember the Spitfire video? I was so upset about that Spitfire because they didn't do a proper job on that Spitfire. You know, it can only climb up more than 8,000 feet. What kind of a Spitfire is that it cannot climb up to more than 8,000 feet when it clearly can go up to 32,000 feet? So I was super disappointed. Whoever worked on the Spitfire should be ashamed of themselves because they didn't do a proper homage to the veterans of the British Royal Air Force. They didn't do a proper homage to the British Royal Air Force. If I was creating a Spitfire, I would make sure that I spend months and months and months with the British Royal Air Force, talk to the veterans, still living veterans of that Spitfire, talking to the team who still maintenance the Spitfire in the museum, and I would make sure that I do it properly. I would make sure if I'm gonna represent the Spitfire that it's done in the most possible accurate way. And those guys, those developers who created the Spitfire, they did a half-assed job. For them, I complain. For this, I have nothing to complain about. Take my money because you are putting your heart and soul and passion into this airplane. You are doing a proper respect. It's about respect. Giving a proper respect to an airplane and people who have flown this airplane. So when they do a great job, and in this case, you know, PMDG did a fantastic job, and congratulations. I don't mind, dude. Even if it was $100, like, here, take my money. Because they're putting a lot of great effort. Same thing with the DCS. Eagle Dynamics. Digital Combat Simulator World. With the F-16, they did a fantastic job. With the F-18, fantastic job. Heat Blur did the F-14 Tomcat. They did a fantastic job. You know, you don't mind paying $70, $80 because they spend a lot of effort to make sure that that F-16 it's accurately portrayed. And I support those developers who are passionate about that to bring that. Same thing with the PMDG, you know. Exactly, man. Exactly. So people ask me why I complained about a Spitfire. Because they did a half-assed job. They didn't do a proper job. The plane is practically unflyable. Too many bugs. Too many faulty issues with an airplane. And it's a damn shame. I would be ashamed. I would hide somewhere, I don't know, in Antarctica, in some fucking cave. Because I would be so ashamed of myself. You know, people died and bled to bring us freedom. You know, from the Nazi Germany and their regime during World War II. They fought and they bled on that airplane. And what did that developer do? Pissed all over their graves by bringing a half-assed version of that plane. And it's a very unique plane, very beloved plane that pretty much won that war. And it was that plane had a very important role on the Dunkirk. All the, British soldiers being stuck on the Dunkirk. And the Spitfires truly helped them. They were like their flying angels. If you've seen the movie from Christopher Nolan, the Dunkirk story, then you'll understand the importance of the Spitfire in that whole story. But I was just disappointed, dude. I was just like, how can you release a Spitfire in that kind of a condition? I know you understand, Vinny. I know you get it. It's just like, that's why I was so upset. People say, dude, you were so upset on that video. What the hell happened? Dude, how could I not get upset? It's a Spitfire. The most beloved British Royal Air Force plane. And they did a half-assed job on it. All right, let me show you the second airplane. We're going to exit this. I'm going to show you the DC-6A. This was a DC-6B. I'm going to show you the Alaskan cargo plane. Thank you, Vinny. I appreciate it, man. I know you understand. You know, it's just, it's not right. I would never do that. Especially knowing how symbolic the Spitfire is to the British Royal Air Force. I would never create something half-assed. Either I'm going to do it right or I'm not going to bother doing it at all, you know. Because that would be me disrespecting that airplane, you know, if I, like what these developers did. And that's why I exposed them. And some people didn't like that I exposed them. Well, I exposed them because they did a half-assed job. That's why I exposed them. But PMDG here, you can tell the PMDG takes a great care. And they have a passion when it comes to recreating these iconic airplanes, you know. And that's why we should support them, you know. A company that actually cares, they will always have my support. You know, a company that doesn't care, that only wants to make that money, quick money, they will never have my money and they will never have my respect because they're all about getting that cash. While the PMDG, they're not about that, you know. So let me show you. We're going to go to Alaska next. Let me see. We can go to the Air Force right here. Runway right here. Set as departure. And then we can go to Whitehorse International. Land over here. Set as arrival. And let me show you the airplane. This is 6B. This is the commercial one. Now this is the cargo. See, this is the passenger and this is the cargo. So we're going to go ahead and get the cargo and we're going to use the Alaskan livery right here. We're going to select this airplane. We're going to use the Alaskan livery. I don't know, do we have it? Or did I forgot to I think I forgot to download it. I think I have to do it through PM. Let me see. PMDG, a little app that came with, and I have to use the livery, put the livery on there, which I'm gonna do that. But for right now, we'll go like, let me see if I have it actually. Let me see if I can do it, as a matter of fact, to be here. Let me see. I know, Vinny. I hope so too. And I hope that it's someone who will really be serious about Spitfire. And that plane is very fast, and it's excellent when it comes to maneuvering. And hopefully that someone else will bring the Spitfire fully accurately. Whether it's the DCS or someone on a flight simulator, but someone needs to do a proper job on it. 6 There's Everett's Air Cargo. This is the one that I need to install. You see, they also bring you liveries, so you can install these liveries. So now I have it. I'm going to bring this down here. I'm going to go back to it. And now we can go back to the home. Wait for it to download, to install. And then we'll go back. And we'll check the liveries again. Hopefully I won't have to restart. Let me see. I might have to restart. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to restart and then go back in order for the livery to show up. Well, Frank Fent Games, maybe you should have come here 2.5 hours ago. And maybe you shouldn't be a dick. Why don't you learn that? Sleep on that. Why don't you come back and watch from the beginning instead of opening your mouth, Frankie boy? What a douchebag. So let's go ahead and let's restart. So now I have this installed. This Douglas DC-6A, which is the Alaskan company that's hauling all that fuel in Alaska. So I got the livery installed. There's a bunch of other liveries, by the way. Guys, don't be dicks. You can't jump into a live stream. Be nice, ask a question, but don't be a dick. Okay? That's how you get blocked. Okay? I've been live streaming for 2.5 hours. You just come in here and you barking orders. That's why you're going to be considered a dick for the rest of your life. Till you undick yourself and become, I don't know, mature fucking person for once in your fucking fucked up bullshit life. Frankie boy. That's why no one fucking likes you, Frankie boy. That's why you got a small little dick. When you were a piece of shit, you're going to be labeled piece of shit, and you're going to be exposed as a piece of shit for the rest of your life, Frankie boy. And your fucked up fan games that you play. So, really, guys, don't be dicks. You're not going to get anything except get your ass blocked and banned. Okay? If you don't know what's going on, then you need to ask nicely and say, hey, I just joined the stream. What's going on the stream? What are we doing? I just joined. Or something like that. But not come in here, act like a fucking dick, barking orders. I think that's fair enough. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to go to Alaska. And I'm going to show you the Alaskan DC-6A, which is a cargo plane. And cargo plane with this company, Everest, it's still being used to this day. This Alaskan company, it's still being used out there in Alaska, Anchorage, and they're still using the DC-6 cargo plane to bring the fuel and other supplies and whatnot, because in Alaska everything's remote and it has to be done by the plane. However, the problem is the oil that they're using on these propellers are very expensive. The parts of the plane are very hard to find and also very expensive. So maintaining these airplanes in Alaska cost a lot of money for the Alaska state. So I just gotta wait for this to load up, and once it's loaded up, I'm gonna show you exactly which cargo plane I'm talking about. I'm gonna show you exactly which company I'm talking about. And all of this you can fact check. You can Google it. Okay? You can fact check. You can Google it for your own whatever pleasure. Everything I tell you here, you can fact check and you'll see that it's true. It's loading longer than usual. That's probably because of that livery that I have installed. So it's going to take a little time. I can't believe it's already been 3 hours. Me live streaming, honestly. All right, so let's load it up. Let's see if delivery is there, if it's installed. Or I might have to install it again. So this is the 6B. There's two of them. The 6B is the passenger plane, the one that carries the passenger, the one that you see me fly earlier 3.5 hours ago, which you, Frankie, forgot to fucking join. Frankie douchebag. We're going to roast you today. And then this one here is the cargo plane. This cargo plane here is the one that has the Everest company that supplies the cargo and oil and other supplies in Alaska. So let's see if delivery is still there. Let's see if it's installed. So, see, there it is. Right there. Everett's Air Cargo. There it is. Ryan, get out of here, dude. Frankie boy, get out of here. If it's such a great job I'm doing with a live stream, how come you didn't hit a like? Come on, man. You guys are so fucking obvious. Why don't you go and, I don't know, dude. Why don't you guys go harass someone else, man? Like, this is not working. You guys just look like a bunch of yayos. Bunch of douche. You know? You're not accomplishing anything. I'm still kicking ass. I'm getting paid. I ain't going fucking nowhere. I'm still doing a YouTube channel. Why don't you go somewhere else where you can actually accomplish something? You're not accomplishing anything. You're so obvious. You guys are so obvious. Like an open book to me. Like reading an open book. Now, if you're a mental case and you got some fucking mental issues, I cannot help you. I'm not your fucking psychiatrist. Go pay for a psychiatrist. Not my fucking problem, dude. That's your problem. You got a mental health issues. Too fucking bad. Go see a psychiatrist. Don't fucking come here. I'm not your fucking psychiatrist, dude. And speaking of which, this is exactly why the member chat is needed. Because you see what I'm dealing with. So now you know why I don't want to do a public chat. Like, why the fuck should I do a public chat if all I'm getting is a bunch of assholes? Bunch of nutcases. Straight out of Bellevue, Arkham Asylum, or whatever fucked up, mental institution that these cockroaches have crawled out of. So why the fuck should I go to public chat if all I'm getting is a bunch of cockroaches from the mental health institution? There's no cure for these individuals. They cannot be helped. They're fucking nutcases. So why the fuck should I stay in a public chat? It's not fair for my members. For my paying members, it's not fair for them to be dealing with this kind of bullshit. To be reading some mental case out there. Mental case yayos. In a straight jacket, Yeah, that's what I'm fucking getting. Bunch of yayos from a mental health institution. So why the fuck should I be in a public chat? No one would have stayed in public chat if all they're getting is a bunch of mental nutcases. And I don't know why the fuck these mental nutcases are like a fucking magnet to me. I'm not your Joker, even though I do a Joker voice. I'm not Joker, okay? I'm not even Heath Ledger would have fucking told you, hey, dude, I'm an actor. I'm not a fucking Joker. Okay? I'm not your Joker. I'm not your fucking Messiah. I'm not your fucking tutor. I'm not your daddy. I'm not your mommy. Okay? If you got issues, if you got problems, seek help immediately. Seek fucking help before you wreck yourself, before it's too late. Seek help immediately. But don't expect me to help you. I'm not your fucking psychiatrist. Anyway, enough of the lunatics. This is why now you know. Now you understand why I want to do a member chat. I think this is a testament as to why I'm doing a member chat only. Anybody who's watching this will understand. Any sane person will understand. Hey, dude, I totally feel for Mr. 4K. I understand why he needs to do a member chat. All right, so let's get back to this. So now we got this livery from Everest Air Cargo. And this is the cargo plane from Alaska. And you can look this up. You can Google it. Everest Air Cargo is the one that's resupplying the fuel and other supplies to the different places in Alaska. Because you all know Alaska is very remote out there. There's some roads, but you have to, majority of places, you have to go by the plane. You know, everything's by the plane. Excuse me. So now we're going to go to Alaska. We're going to go to the Anchorage International. Set as departure. And then we're going to fly to Whitehorse International. Right over here. And then we're good to go. We're good to go. So I had to reset the game in order for the delivery to be installed. That's why I had to go through what I had to go through. And if you guys are keeping up with this live stream, if you're paying attention, then you will understand that. Now, this airplane has a big cargo, and you can open that cargo. You can clearly see it. You'll see in a minute. It's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, man, they're just sad people, bro. I don't feel sorry for them because they don't want to be helped. You know, they have a sickness, and there's no help for them. These individuals, they have no, there's no cure for them, you know, pretty much, you know. They think that somehow they're going to get something out of me. I've been doing this for 9 years. 9 years. Since 2012. In 2015, I kind of took off. In 2016, I took off with the 4K televisions and all that. Everyone who went after me, from Hard 8 to the other guy, West Side, to the I forgot how many, dude. For the other clown from Yorkshire, you know, dude, the guy from the Germany putting on some kind of cloak and acting like some kind of Masonic figure. Dude, the amount of people they went after me was fucking ridiculous. And every single one of them didn't accomplish anything. Every single one of them failed. I'm still here. I'm still kicking ass. I'm still doing my own thing. They're just sad individuals, man. That's what they are. They're sad individuals. And I'm not going to waste any more oxygen talking about these sad, pathetic losers. There's not worth my time, dude. Not worth my oxygen. But now, for those of you who are watching for the first time, I think now you understand why I have to do a member chat. Now you understand why I'm forced to do this. Because it's not fair for my paying members who are paying. It's not fair to them to be dealing with a disruption like that. Hecklers, let's call them hecklers. You know those fucking guys in a comedy club? You know, you pay to see a comedian, right? And some fucking heckler comes into the fucking comedy club and tries to fucks it all up. Or the guys shrieking naked in a fucking football game. These assholes, I can't stand them. I hate those kinds of motherfuckers. I do. They're like a cancer to society. They don't contribute nothing except just disrupt shit. And they're sick people. They're sick, twisted people. And there's no... I swear on my father's grave. I swear on the universe. These people cannot be helped. Listen to me. They're beyond help. It's a proven fact. They're sick people and they cannot be helped. Well, if you look at the news, if you see what's going on, if you see all this craziness, those are the lunatics. Those are the twisted lunatics. And they don't have any cure for them. There is no cure for these individuals. They're possessed by some entity, whatever the fuck that entity is, invisible entity, and they cannot be helped. It's been proven, psychiatrists have proven this, that these individuals are beyond help. They cannot be helped. You can't even call an exorcist to get whatever the fuck they have inside of them. They're sick, twisted individuals. They're out there. They're out there. So, having said that, let's go ahead and let's continue with this Everett's air cargo. We're not going to talk about these individuals because they're not worth my time. I'm simply letting you guys know who are watching my channel for the first time why I gotta do what I gotta do. You would do exactly the same thing. You wouldn't put up with this bullshit. No one in their right mind would put up with these sad motherfuckers, with these idiots. Because they're sick, twisted individuals. And of course, they're hiding behind internet. I swear on my father's grave, no one will approach me in real fucking life. From Bosnia to Amsterdam to the fucking America here, no one will approach me in real life and fuck with me. That I can guarantee you, 100%. No one will fucking dare approach me in real life. But they do it where they can fucking do it, where it's safe for them to do it. Hiding in their little fucking faceless, little fucking shitty ass broken jailbroken phones. And they do it from there. Those are the biggest pussies on the entire planet. So, enough about them. Now you know why I do member chat. Anyone who has any brain cells who's watching this, you fucking understand why I gotta do what I gotta fucking do. And if you don't understand that, well, then you're one of them. So, let's continue. Let me open the cargo. Cargo doors. We're going to open the cargo doors. There's a cargo door. It's being opened right now. So this is where the cargo goes in. When you are in Alaska, and this company, Everett's Air Cargo, it's still operational on Anchorage, Alaska. And they're still using these planes. You can double check this on a Google. They're still using these planes to deliver the cargo, to deliver the oil and fuel and some other necessities. They're still using these planes, even to this day. However, due to the fact that this airplane is so old, since 1946, early 50s. The parts to maintenance these propellers are very expensive because they're not creating the parts for these airplanes anymore. And the specific oil that they're using on these engines, it's also very hard to find. Okay? Because majority of airplanes, they're not using this kind of oil that they're using. So it's costing them a lot of money to maintenance these airplanes. But they're still flying them, actually. In Alaska, you can Google this. You can go to the YouTube. You can check out this company, Everett's Air Cargo. So this is the cargo bay. This is where you put all your cargo in there. There it is. So this is the DC-6 A. DC-6B is the airplane that they use for traveling. So we're gonna close the cargo bay doors. Hold on. Let's also turn on the cargo holds. Hold on. There's also cargo holds here as well. So this is where you can hold some more cargo stuff. So there's two of them. The one on the top right here where you can stack up all the cargo. And then down below you can stack up some more stuff here, like a food, water, supplies, and other things. And then you can deliver the goods to that destination that you need to go to. So we're going to close this. We're going to close it up. We'll close the cargo door. I love the whole attention to detail and animation. This is why, Vinny, I appreciate PMDG. And that's why I support this company. I really like what they're doing. Because they want to pay respects to this airplane. And they take it seriously. And any company that does that, when it comes to recreating this type of a plane, I appreciate their hard work, because they're creating something that is truly realistic. All right, so let's close the bays down below. Let's do that as well. Cargo holds. There it is. They're closed. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to start the airplane. We're going to taxi out. First, we're going to go ahead and do our checkups, regular checkups that we normally do. Bring this over here. So before the start, we're going to check everything, the radio, the whole 9 yards, to make sure everything's running smoothly. And then we're going to do before takeoff. And before takeoff, we're going to turn on the engines, and we'll be ready to taxi out to runway, our desired runway, and then we'll take off. See.
Completed. Voice recorder. Tasted. Oil coolers and cowl flaps. Auto and position. Fuel Fluids. Checked. Pressurization. Set.
Radios next.
Manifold and duct pressure. Checked. Radios. Checked. Doors and hatches.
Closed.
Closed.
Secured.
Door warning lights. Out.
Checked. I think it's like 3
Gear
seconds.
pins. Removed. 3 on board. Seat belts and pedals. Adjusted. Throttles. Set to idle. Propellers. Forward and 3. Before start checks complete.
Okay,
Start engines.
so the next thing we're gonna do is turn on the engine, and then we're gonna do before takeoff.
Boost pumps. Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off. Autopilot and carb heat. Off and cold. Hydraulic system. Down, forward, pressure and quantity checked. Okay. Flaps 20. Flaps set 20. Windows and turbine. Gust lock released. Free. On. Mixture and cowl flaps. On. Landing lights.
They're still checking.
Extended and on. Before takeoff checks complete.
Okay, so we're gonna do this. We might have to do it again. I think we missed a couple of things.
Boost pumps. Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off. Autopilot and carb heat. Flaps 20. Flaps set 20. Start select and boost pumps.
Alright,
Off and off.
we should be good now.
Battery switch.
The fuel pumps we forgot to check.
Generators and inverters. Checked and on. Ground power. Removed. After start checks complete.
And now we're gonna do before the start checklist. Before the takeoff checklist, I'm sorry.
Boost pumps. Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off. Autopilot and carb heat. Off and cold. Hydraulic system. Down, forward, pressure and quantity checked, okay. Flaps 20.
All right, he's got it.
Flaps set 20. Windows and turbine. Closed and on. Controls. Gust lock released, free. Pitot heater. On. Mixture and cowl flaps. Reach unlocked, set. Transponder. On.
There we go. So we're gonna taxi out to the runway, which is right over here actually. Right over here. Perfect. Adjust the flaps. There we go.
Anchorage ground MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy with whiskey request taxi for takeoff departure.
MFS2020 19er heavy taxi to and hold short of runway 25 left via taxiway Charlie. Contact tower on 118.3 when ready.
Hold on.
Taxi to and hold short runway 25 left using taxiway Charlie MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy. Anchorage tower MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy ready for departure to the east.
Departure approved.
All right, so I'm approved.
Takeoff runway 25 left.
Good to go.
Cleared for takeoff runway 25 left MRFO URKAY
25. All right, there we go. So this is the important part right here. Hold on. The most important part, guys, it's your trim. Like I said, make sure that your trim it's elevated just slightly above 5. And you're going to understand why that is. Just slightly above 5. And now we're going to go ahead and take off. We're going to keep it like this. And we're going to go ahead. Hold on. Hold on a second. We had an issue here. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We have to go back. We gotta go back. Something was wrong with my flaps. They're not working properly. I'm gonna go back to the runway. All right. Definitely something wrong with the flaps. Hold on. This is my flaps. What the hell's the deal? All right, let's hope this works. Something's wrong with the flaps. They're up, flaps are up, but they're for some reason being turned down. See this? I don't understand that. I don't think I can take off like this. There's some kind of a bug with the flaps. No, we cannot do it. Cannot do it. Cannot do it. We'll have to reset. Damn it. Cannot do it. The flaps are all screwed up. I knew something was wrong. I knew right away something was off. Maybe it was a trim, but I don't think it was a trim. Trim was leveled. Like I said, I don't think it was a trim. It was something else that triggered it. Okay. Let's go through a checklist. And after checklist, we're going to do it.
Set to idle. Propellers. Forward and 3. Before start checks complete. Start engines.
All right, we think we should be good now. Let's do it before takeoff.
Boost pumps. Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off. Autopilot and carbeat. Off and cold. Hydraulic system. Down, forward, pressure and quantity checked. Okay. Flaps 20.
Okay, we're good. Think.
Controls. Gust lock released. Free. That's it.
There we go. All right, let's see. You see, flaps are up now. So there was an issue with the flaps. We had issues with the flaps. Elevated trim, it's up below 5 to go nose up. So that's good. I think we're good here. I think we can, honestly, I think we should be all right. Rudders, check the rudders. All right, good. I think we're good now, man.
Anchorage ground MRFO URKA while 19er 79er heavy with whiskey request taxi to the active departure to the east.
MRFO URKA by 19er 79er heavy taxi to an hold short of runway 25 left via taxiway Charlie. Contact tower on 118.3 when ready.
Okay, let me acknowledge.
Taxi to end hold short runway 25 left using taxiway Charlie MRFO URKA while 19er 79er heading. Anchorage tower MRFO URKA while 19er 79er heavy at runway 25 left ready for departure east departure.
Okay, so I got the clearance.
19er 79er heavy altimeter 29er decimal 9er 2 wind 250 at 7. East departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 25 left.
Good, good, good. I think we're good now.
Cleared for takeoff runway 25 left MRFO URKA while 19er 79er heavy.
Here we go. Now we should be okay. We got the trim down to the 5. Just above 5. We got our rudders working just fine. And here we go. Voila! Ready for takeoff. See, I told you that there was something wrong. Rudders, flaps up. There we go.
Anchorage tower MRFO URKA while 19er 79er heavy continue for east departure.
We're also gonna trim a little bit slightly above. Like that. Then we're going to adjust this a little bit to the left.
For 4K 19er 79er heavy leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
Anchorage tower MRFO URKA while 19er 79er heavy frequency change. Anchorage approved MRFO URKA while 19er 79er heavy is type 1 miles northwest of Anchorage.
All right, we got it.
Request.
We're smooth riding right now. We're going to climb up some altitude. Then we're going to trim it down a little bit.
Walk tree 253 MRFO URKA while 19er 79er heavy. MRFO URKA while 19er 79er heavy radar contact 1 mile east of Anchorage 3,800 feet. Altimeter 29er decimal 9er 2. Roger MRFO URKA while 19er 79er heavy.
I'm going to move it to the right a little bit. Just slightly to the right. We have to climb a little bit of higher altitude because we're approaching mountains over here. So we'll have to climb up more altitude, obviously. So, in order for us to do that, we got to trim it up a little bit more. You got to remember, the airplane is heavier now because we got a cargo. We're delivering cargo, man. This is now much heavier. And this plane is very heavy as well. You see those mountains? We're in Alaska, so now we have to, you know, keep it steady. We're also going to trim it down to a left a little bit. There we go. It's better. Perfect. Trim it to the right, just slightly to the right. Slightly. Perfect. So now we don't have to worry about the mountains so much. We're in a much higher altitude. All right, we're good now. The attention to detail on this airplane, it's top notch. I think I already mentioned it, but I always have to mention it because it deserves to be mentioned. The attention to detail on this airplane, what the PMDG has done, is truly remarkable. Someone asked me, is this the airplane from Con Air? Yes. Yes, the Nicolas Cage movie. Yeah, Con Air. This is what they were using, DC-6. I'm pretty sure. Like I said, this airplane has a lot of history. Since 1946, all the way throughout early 1950s, adopted by Douglas. And it was, you know, the Air Force airplane, early 50s. And then they sold it to the civilians, use, you know, cargo use, stuff like that. Because by then, Air Force had much better airplanes, you know. However, this Everett's air cargo is still being used. They still have it in Alaska. Trim it. Trim it like it's hot. Make her squat. There we go. We're good. So we're going to Whiteman. Air Force Base. Not the one where they have a B-2 stealth bomber. This is in Alaska, different Whiteman. We're delivering some cargo goods. So now you know why I had to climb higher altitude, because obviously, you know, this is Alaska, and this is the only way that they can transport the goods. Here we go. We can trim it a little bit to the right, just slightly. Slightly to the right, just a little bit. I think the weather is live. Are we in a live weather? Hold on. This is live weather right now in Alaska. Clear skies. As you can see, it's a shitty weather right now in Alaska. It's not a good weather, and it's pretty bad. But that's okay. This is what they have to endure. This is what these guys had to go through. So we'll turn on the lights. We'll turn on the lights over here. Okay. Turn on the lights. There we go. My God, the weather's terrible. We gotta go higher, man. We gotta trim this higher. We gotta go higher.
Going to 133.7 MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy. Anchorage Center MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy 12,300 feet.
4K19er 79er heavy Anchorage Center altimeter 29er.9er 4 continue as planned.
This is some terrible weather in Alaska, man. Jesus. But it's always the terrible weather in Alaska, right?
With 4K19er 79er heavy contact Anchorage approach on 118.6.
118.6 for MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy.
Hopefully I won't have to use the wipers.
Anchorage
Hold on.
MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy 10,800 feet.
Jesus.
MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy Anchorage approach altimeter 29er.9er 4 continue as planned.
Hold on. We gotta adjust the trim.
MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy contact Anchorage Center on 133.7.
133.7 for MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy.
Jesus. This is a terrible weather, man. Right now in Alaska, oh my God. This is ridiculous. Hold on, let me adjust the light. Let me adjust the light here. I change it to the white light instead of the red. Keep those in the red over here. It's fine. Yeah, man, this is some terrible weather in Alaska, man. Jesus. I didn't expect to see this.
With 4K19er 79er heavy contact Anchorage approach on 118.6.
Jesus Christ.
118.6 for MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy. Anchorage approach MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy 6,000 feet.
MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy Anchorage approach altimeter 29er.9er 4 continue as planned.
My goodness. What is this? A snow or a rain? I don't even know what the fuck it is. But it's terrible right now in Alaska. Zero visibility. We gotta climb higher altitude, man. We gotta climb higher altitude. Otherwise, we're done for.
Heavy contact Anchorage Center on 133.7.
133.7 for MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy. Anchorage Center MRFO URKAY 19er 79er heavy 9,200 feet.
With 4K19er 79er heavy Anchorage Center altimeter
This is like the worst nightmare, dude. Got the terrible visibility, terrible weather. And this is what these guys had to deal with, man. A crappy weather like this. My God, the winds are terrible here. This is live. This is exactly how the weather is in Anchorage. It's terrible right now over there. It's live. It's a live weather. Look at this. Jesus. Terrible. Dude, this is crazy, dude. Look at this. Zero visibility. Terrible weather, man. I don't think I can do this live. This is crazy, dude. Oh my God. Insane. I know, definitely not, bro. Well, actually, this requires 3 people. 3 pilots. One's the engineer, the other one is the co-pilot. So, those 3 guys that fly this airplane, I feel sorry for them, dude. I really do, Vinny. I feel sorry for them because this is what they have to deal with right now. Right now, this is what they're experiencing. If they're flying from Anchorage, this is crazy. This is just insane, dude. Oh my God. If I didn't have the VFR map, there'd be no way I would know where the fuck am I going. The visibility is just insane, dude. Woo! This is crazy, dude. Truly is. The turbulence is just ridiculous, man. Come on. Straighten it up, straighten it up, straighten it up. There we go. Jesus. Whoa! Whoa! The turbulence. Whoa! Unbelievable turbulence. My goodness. This is the worst nightmare. Pilot's worst nightmare. And we're experiencing it right now. Now, I have the ability not to use the live weather, but I think it keeps it more realistic, because this is exactly right now what these guys had to go through. But remember, they cannot make a mistake. Me, however, on a simulator, I can make a mistake, but they cannot. If they make a mistake, that's it. They're done. So, especially all that fuel and oil that they have on this cargo. Jesus. This is like a flammable airplane. Let's just go into flames. Yeah, man. It's a scary thought. Just thinking about these guys had to go through this. Now, there's 3 people here, obviously, you know. The engineers over here. You got the co-pilot and the pilot. And Vinny's hiding somewhere over here. Vincent Paradiso, it's in here somewhere. Hiding in the back. He locked the door, dude. Vinny, you locked the door. You're hiding in the back. Take your headphones with you, Vinny. You're going to need them, bro, so we can communicate. It's a final countdown. Let me trim it up a little bit. Let me just trim it up a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. There we go. Trim that sucker. Trim it! Trim it like it's hot! Make her squat. Trim it like it's hot. Just trim it, trim it, trim it. Just trim it like it's hot, man. Trim it! Trim it like a landing strip. Don't make it so bushy, bro. Just trim it! When he's like, I'm out of here. Any extra parachute? Sorry, this plane doesn't come with a parachute. It is what it is, Vinny. You're stuck here. You're stuck with this doomed airplane. You're gonna see some polar bears, bro. It's all good, man. Don't worry. Look how quickly I'm losing control. Oh, Lord. Oh, this is bad. This is bad, my friends. Survival rate of this plane right now, of us surviving this, it's pretty low. Very pretty awesomely low. But here's the thing. This is the live weather. This is exactly what you're gonna see in Anchorage, Alaska. Right now, currently in Alaska, this is what they're dealing with. I don't know what this is, a rain or rain and snow, whatever the hell. But it's nasty. Whatever this is, it's nasty. It's a nasty storm. Good God. Good Lord. Oh, yeah. Trim it, trim it, trim it a little bit. Trim it like it's hot. Trim it like it's hot. Trim it, trim it, trim it like it's hot. There we go. I'm gonna lower the speed a little bit. Good Lord.
133.7 for MRFO URKA wide 19er 79er heavy.
All I gotta say is good Lord. Good Lord, help us.
Center MRFO URKA wide 19er 79er heavy 15,300 feet.
Wow, I can't believe we've been streaming for 4 hours. Well, come on, trim it. But you know what? This airplane really has proven itself. Bro, since 1946, since 1950s, this plane is probably the safest plane than all this new shit they got. I'm serious. You got a straight up wings, unlike the other ones, which keeps it more stable. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that? These straight up wings keep it more stable to fight the turbulence. Turbulence is always there. Doesn't matter if it's a clear sky or not a clear sky, or winds or clouds or no clouds. It doesn't matter. Turbulence can happen anytime due to the pressure of our atmosphere and the winds. You don't need the clouds to have a turbulence. It could be a clear skies and you're still gonna have turbulence, depending on the stream of our planet, the airstream, the wind, where it's blowing from, high pressure, low pressure, stuff like that. And this airplane can withstand that. Did you notice a Hurricane Hunter has a similar wings like this airplane? Do you know why that is? Well, now you know. To withstand all that turbulence, that airflow, that high speed of airflow that the hurricane produces. You see, that's why you need to subscribe to Discovery Plus, to the Curiosity channel, History channel, and learn. Or that's why you should go ahead and research. That's what I do, man. I research. I'm curious. I'm a curious Mr. 4K. I like to research this shit. I like to find out, you know. I like to learn. All right, so I have access of internet. I have a Google. Let me search on this. Let me research this, right? Instead of just, you know, guessing. And that's what people should do. Do you have your cell phones? Pick up your cell phone, you know, and start researching. If something interests you, if you have an interest on something, go straight to the source. Straight to the source and learn. That's how it should be. But no, the earth is flat. It's not round. I know. Because it's flat. I'm walking on it, it's flat, right? Earth is flat, it's not round. But why is moon round? Why is moon so round? Why all the other planets are so circular, but somehow planet Earth, it's flat? You know, I always thought growing up that people will get smarter as we progress in 21st century. With the advanced technology, I always thought people will get smarter, you know. But strangely and oddly enough, people have become dumber. And I think the internet in some ways made people dumber. You know, isn't that weird? You know, you would think that people would have become smarter, but instead became, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But I just know that people got more dumber than what we had in 1980s and 1990s. This will trigger some people, but it's truth, you know. I don't care if it triggers you. It's the truth. I'm just like you, trying to figure out what the fuck happened. Where did this culture came in of flat earth individuals? Where did this culture come from? You know, I don't need a doctor. I don't need this. I don't need that. Where did this culture of cancel culture come from? There's so many groups out there with so many stupid ideas, so many dumb ideas, that I don't know I think something happened in early 2000s, some kind of whatever. Y2K energy crippled people's minds, and well, you got what you got right now. It is what it is, you know. In all honesty, I mean, people have gotten dumber. I think George Carlin talked about this early in 2000, before he passed away in 2007. He talked about, you know, people gotten dumber. You would think that with all this technology and information, advancement of technology and knowledge of information, access of information, it's free. You can access it at any time. You think that people would have gotten smarter, but nope, nope, nope. They gotten dumber. I know, idiocracy is what we're living in. You know, all these idiots out there, they believe that one guy, one messiah will fix your life, will take care of you. You know, there is no one guy. Haven't you learned in history that that was a failure? There is no one guy, one solution, one leader that's going to take care of you and make everything happen magically in your life. No such thing exists. But apparently we still have village idiots out there who believe that if they elect a certain someone, that their life immediately is going to change. Their life immediately is going to become like a harmony. And those individuals exist. They're out there. They're out there. They breed. They breed. Yes, they exist. Unfortunately, you know. You got people out there who don't believe that climate change is, they think it's some bogus shit. They think that climate change is just some shit, bogus shit, you know. And then when you have lava in your fucking living room, why there's a lava in my living room? Yeah, why is the lava in your living room? You inbred motherfucker. Maybe you should start learning about climate change and how 8 billion people, if being careless, can affect it. With our little tiny, small, thick atmosphere. We got the tiniest atmosphere, and these motherfuckers are burning everything. Polluting everything. And now they're wondering, why there's 110 degrees in Seattle? Yeah, motherfucker. That's why it's 110 degrees in Seattle. And in Florida, it's only 75 degrees. Don't you think tropics during the summer should be hotter? But no. Now, Pacific Northwest, it's hotter. Canada, Pacific Northwest is hotter. Because you don't believe that the fucking global pollution, global warming in the past 40 years has accumulated to all of that. Because your inbred motherfucker driving the pickup fucking truck knows nothing but me daddy said that, me daddy that. Why don't you get over that fucking cowboy hat, dude? Get back to the century you're living in, asshole. Alright? This shit is real. You're gonna have all kinds of fucking crazy shit happening with nature. Floodings, tornadoes, fires, earthquakes, all kinds of crazy shit. Because you fucking fail to believe that we can't use anything other than oil. Oil is the only fucking thing. When clearly that same pickup truck, Billy Bob Joe's 6 fucking pack inbred motherfucker, the electricity can run that same truck the same way your fucking oil that you're using. But because you don't want to educate yourself, Billy Bob Joe's 6 fucking pack, Mr. Hunter, you believe that the oil is the only thing. No other source of energy should be utilized. People become dumber. Dumber, not smarter. Well, I think James Cameron said it. There was an interview with James Cameron and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and they talk about it. No, they're both, activists for, saving the planet and all that. I mean, James Cameron made the Avatar movie simply to save the planet, to save, the nature, and that's the whole metaphor of the Avatar. And Arnold, it's a great advocate for clean energy, pollution, less pollution. So they were talking about this, and Arnold asked James Cameron, like, what are you... This was the question. Arnold asked Jim Cameron. They were like on Skype. They were Skyping. The video is out on YouTube. They were Skyping like a couple of months ago. They were Skyping, and Arnold asked Jim Cameron. He asked him, hey, are you optimistic about the future? Are you optimistic about the future? And guess what James Cameron said? He says, no. We are destined to destroy ourselves. He says it's in our nature. If you look at the path that we have taken, everything we discover, everything we invent as humans in terms of technology, it's being weaponized. Okay? Every time something is being invented or discovered, it's being used as a weapon. Whether it's the virus to infect through bats with different variants, whether it's some kind of biochemical weapon, whether it's the electricity, or whether it's the splitting the atom, or you name it, any kind of invention and discovery, technology, we use it to weaponize it. It has to be weaponized. This country, Russia, China, I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. So we're destined to wipe each other out. I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen in my lifetime or your lifetime or whichever lifetime, but it will happen. We're destined to wipe each other out. It's going to be us, humans, that's going to wipe each other out. It's just, that's our nature, man. It's in our DNA to create shit and weaponize it. And humans make errors. Look at what happened in Chernobyl. Look at Chernobyl is a great example. And that's just one example. All these nuclear reactors and all this other shit. And that thing at CERN, God particle, Jesus Christ. Now they want to mess around with the dark matter energy. Don't you understand which path we're going? Can't you see that this is the path of destruction? It's not a path of you living a better future. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope that James Cameron is wrong. And I'm not saying this will happen 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 50 years from now. It could be 500 years from now. But eventually, if we continue at this rate, even 500 years from now, we're going to wipe each other out. Eventually. Eventually. you know. And Nikola Tesla knew this. That's why Nikola Tesla was so depressed. Because Nikola Tesla realized these bankers and these a-holes, they just want to weaponize this. He was approached by the president back then, Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt. He was approached by the president to work on a Philadelphia Navy yard. Why was he asked by the president to work on the Philadelphia Navy yard? Well, to do some experiments there. He wanted Nikola Tesla to see if he could make a ship disappear, to become invisible. Not disappear like it's not there anymore, not teleportation, but to make ship invisible to the naked eye from a distance by using some sort of different techniques of light and electricity that would bounce off of the atmosphere onto the ship with a high-powered electricity amps that would be implemented onto the ship. Some of these experiments have gone haywire, have gone wrong, and some of these experiments have gone right, and some of them are still top secret, and they will never be acknowledged, ever. Don't expect them to be acknowledged. I can swear on my father's grave, which I have sworn many times. I can swear on my father's grave that some of these secrets from Philadelphia experiment and Montauk will never be exposed. That will never be exposed. Just like they're never going to tell you about the aliens and UFOs. Even though they know about the aliens, they know from where they're coming from, they know how they operate their ships, they know how they move from one density level to another density level, but they're never going to acknowledge it to you, the public. But the sheeps on this planet, the sheeps in this country, think that, yeah, your government will tell you the truth. Why? Why the fuck should they tell you? Why? Why? Change of heart? Why? Why? Why the fuck should they tell you? They didn't tell you for 80 plus years. Now they're going to tell you. Why? Why should they tell you? Why? When they can manipulate you. When they can just tell you, we don't know what these objects are. Sorry. Bye. Have a nice day. But again, you got sheeps out there who are so indoctrinated and brainwashed, they think that, oh, they don't know what these things are. Of course they know what these fucking things are. They cooperated with them. Eisenhower met with one of them. Eisenhower met with one of these fucking beings. But he made an excuse. He said, oh, I had to go to the dentist. In the middle of a trip in California. He was gone for 1 day. Hey, nobody knew where the president was. Nobody knew where Eisenhower was for 1 day. And then he says, I had an emergency. I had to go to the dentist. Blah, 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 blah. No, he didn't go to the dentist. He went on a meeting, secret meeting. Part of the Project Blue Book. And the Majestic 12. I don't want to talk about this, man. I can't, man. If people want to stay ignorant, stay ignorant. All right? Live a life ignorance, whatever, I don't care. Or you can wake up and you can learn what really happened. And, at least you'll have some knowledge. At least you'll know the truth. You're not going to change the world. You're not going to fix the world. But at least you'll have some truth of knowledge. So that way you don't get brainwashed so easily. We don't know what these UFOs are. They know exactly what the fuck they are. Are they going to tell you? Why, I think not. They couldn't tell you about the Area 51. Hey, I work at this base. There's a base over here, bro. I work on it. I work there. They got these crafts, these prehistoric crafts. They want me to reverse engineer these fuckers. And I don't know how to do it. Everyone's trying to figure out how to reverse engineer this shit. He told you about that fucking base while your government never told you. Never. They dismissed that it even exists. And this was 1989. Bob Lazar. Early 1990, 1989. And then finally, in 1997, President Bill Clinton, due to the employees who got poisoned, who died in that base, Area 51, President Clinton was pressured to finally acknowledge that, yeah, this base exists. It's being used for testing the aircrafts, the new stealth aircrafts by Lockheed Martin, blah, 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 because there was an investigation due to the people being poisoned. They died. These employees died. You couldn't even find out that these individuals were employed till it was brought to light on the news. Yet Bob Lazar was talking about this base since 1989. But they call Bob Lazar a douchebag. Joe Rogan's calling Bob Lazar a douchebag. Yet Bob Lazar was the first one who told you the fucking truth. Told you the fucking truth about that area. With George Knapp, when George Knapp finally broke that news with him. Because he came to George Knapp back then from Las Vegas station, news station, and he approached George Knapp, and George Knapp finally took his story. Yet people are still ridiculing Bob Lazar. You trust your government that they don't know what these UFOs are? But you don't trust Bob Lazar, who fucking gave you the critical information that I work at this fucking base. You don't trust him? You don't believe him? Come on, man. This is why people are so brainwashed, man. They're indoctrinated. They're brainwashed. You know, it's really, it's scary how easy it is to manipulate. It's like on a switch. It's like they turn the fucking switch. And they can coordinate. It's like controlling a rover on Mars. They can send the signal coordinations, and they can just put some shit in people's mind, and they got him. This weather is terrible, guys. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. This weather is terrible. I don't know, guys. I mean, why so difficult? Can I ask everybody who's watching this? Let me ask you a question. Everyone who's watching this, I'm gonna ask you a question. And I really want you to think about this question. When you go to bed tonight, before you go to sleep, I want you really to ask yourself this question. I want you to think about this. What I'm going to ask you next, and I want you to think about this really, really hard. What makes you think in this vast universe, with wormholes and no end in sight, the endless densities of different universes out there, what makes you think? What makes you think? What makes you think that we're the only thing on this universe? We might be the only thing on the solar system for a reason. But outside our solar system, what makes you think other galaxies, other star systems, that there's nothing else out there but us? Just us. Just me and you humans down here. How could you call yourself intelligent to even think like that? How could you even use the word intelligence? How could you call yourself an intelligent person to even think like that? To even have that thought in your head? Of course we are not alone. We were never alone. Ever. Ever. Never. Just because you didn't see something yet, just because you haven't encountered a creature or a being, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Just because you didn't see a Sasquatch, just because you didn't encounter a Sasquatch, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Just because you didn't encounter some creatures living underground, 3 miles underground, doesn't mean that they don't exist. In Pacific Northwest, or in New Mexico, and other places underground, underneath the desert. Just because you haven't encountered something doesn't mean that it's not there. Just because you don't see something doesn't mean that it's not there through a different density dimension level. And your density level of your dimension does not allow you to interact with that thing. But what makes you think that that's something is not in your room? It doesn't mean you can touch it. It doesn't mean you can see it, but it's there, and it can see you, but you can see it. What makes you think that there's nothing? See, people used to think that that thunder was not electricity. People used to think that thunder, lightning, was not electricity. They thought it's some god of thunder, like those Greek demigods, whatever you want to fucking call them. That's what people used to think. And then Benjamin Franklin disproved everybody by saying, yes, it's electricity. He was able to use an antenna, like a 12-foot long antenna, and he was able to test and collect that electricity to prove to everybody that there's electrons in there, and it's electricity. People didn't believe it. They thought that lightning bolt was just some kind of fucking demigod, God clearing his throat or something. It wasn't that long ago. 200 years ago. 200 years ago. Okay? But we know who built the pyramids. Yeah, of course, the pharaohs with the chicken bones. Oh yeah, they didn't know nothing about the math. They didn't know what 2 plus 2 was. Was it 4 or 22? They had no idea about the measurement and math and calculating certain equations. Come on, and they knew how to build a pyramid. If I could puke right now, I would puke when I hear this kind of bullshit. Yeah. We built them. So you're trying to tell me that people back then, the civilizations back then, during the periods of pharaohs and, before Babylonians and that they knew about math. They were great mathematicians, right? Great builders. With the chicken spoons or chicken bones or whatever the fuck they're used. Cow bones. They were able to carry all these, hundreds of tons. Just one brick was hundreds of tons. Wait. I don't know, man. But yeah, they built the pyramids. How did they build them? How? What did they use? What I want you to show me. I want you to show me exactly how you know how they built it. I want you to show me what they used so we can use it and we can build more pyramids. Okay, all you Egyptologists out there, tell me how exactly they built it. Show me the tools they used. Replicate those tools since you know. Replicate those fucking tools. Show me exactly, step by fucking step, on how they fucking built it. And I want you to recreate them somewhere else. I don't care where, but somewhere else. I want you to build them. Show me how they did it. You can't. But why you can't? Because you're full of shit. You're lying. You know damn well the pharaohs didn't build that fucking shit. They didn't. And you know damn well there's no fucking mummies there wrapped around. You know damn well. It's not a fucking grave. Question that. Don't question that. It was built. Yeah. Dude, I mean, I fucking can't, man. Even just right now, talking about this, my head fucking spins. And I'm not even a college. I'm not even like a PhD. I'm not even a fucking professor. I don't even have a fucking diploma from some fucking, like from Yale. I'm not like a graduate from Yale. I don't have fucking diplomas hanging in my fucking wall. But I use a common sense, logic. I question everything. I use common sense and logic. When something cannot be explained, then guess what? It was not created by a human. It was created by another intelligence. What that other intelligence was, I don't fucking know, but no one fucking knows. Therefore, we're fucking clueless. We don't know who built it. But someone built it. Some intelligence built it. For what purpose? We don't fucking know. But I'm pretty sure there's a purpose to it. Man, oh man. I'm telling you, Vincent, Vinny. Telling you, man. I can't believe, who was that guy? Jamie. I saw him on a Fox News. He says, I'm so proud of my government. You proud of your government for what? I'm so proud of my government. You know, the filmmaker Jamie, who worked in the Bob Lazar story, he's a sellout. He's just doing it for this, man. He says, I'm so proud of my government because they told me that we don't know what this is. Of course they're going to fucking tell you we don't know what the fuck this is. They're not going to tell you what the fuck it is. They're not going to acknowledge it. You dumb fuck. You fucking dumb motherfucker. You yayo. You twat. You know what I'm talking about. That guy Jamie with a fucking beard. He was in Joe Rogan. I'm so glad and proud of my government for not acknowledging anything. Well, of course they're not going to acknowledge it, you fucking yayo, you fucking twat. Shit for brains. What the fuck you think? They're going to fucking tell you, oh yeah, they're from a Zeta Reticuli, they're from this star system. We met them in 1950s. Yeah. We know who the fuck they are. We know how they operate from one star to another star. Oh yeah, we forgot to mention they're interdimensional. So our laws of physics here doesn't bother them at all. Basically, it doesn't mean shit to them because they use different laws of physics. They're interdimensional. They can cheat time. Sorry if I forgot to mention that. Our bad. Yeah, they're gonna tell you all of that? Are you fucking nuts? Are you fucking out of your mind? Even I know better. Everyone should know better that the government will never, ever, 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 never, ever, ever, fucking never, never, fucking never, ever, ever, never. They will never fucking tell you about these secrets. Ever, never, never, never. But it shows you how stupid people are. They really think that, yeah, any day now they're going to tell us about these creatures and beings. And yeah. Ugh. It's so frustrating to even talk about this, bro. It's so fucking hard. I mean, really, man. The stupidity level of the people these days is just... I gotta change the live weather. This is crazy, guys. Hold on. This is too much. Yeah, man, the weather's terrible, man. I had to change this. It was too crazy. Sorry, I had to change it, man. The weather right now in Alaska, it's terrible. I don't know, man. I think some of these guys are. I have an opinion. Some of these guys are from the farm. From the farm, you know, this is actors. They're all appointed there because people know better. People know better. I think these guys are all part of the farm, implemented here. To do these documentaries and to become public speakers and buy my book and buy this and buy that. I think they're implemented here for a reason, to make people believe, bullshit, misinformation, right? That's what I think. That's my theory. Because people know better. People know fucking better, dude. That's my approach on that. To get people to make people confused, to make people discredit these conspiracies, right? So what do? You implement these agents, these actors from the farm, from Langley, straight up from fucking Langley, from all these different farms. You send them up there, put them in the real world, and let them inject, what they're gonna inject. Let them indoctrinate what they're gonna fucking indoctrinate. That's what it's about, man. Keep the sheeps in line. Keep the sheeps guessing. Keep the sheeps and cattle confused. We don't want them to have any critical thinking. That's not good for us. It's not good for us. Not good for anybody. Nobody wants a critical thinker. Fuck no. What happens to critical thinkers? They get poisoned. They get somehow ended up on the ceiling, hanged on from the wall. They crashed, and they had no alcohol, blood in them, and they somehow wrapped themselves around the tree, or they just simply disappear, and you never find them again. We don't want the critical fucking thinkers. It's not good for us. We want obedient slaves and obedient actors. That's what we want. To keep the status quo. It's funny. I was watching Loki, that TV show Loki, episode 5, and there's a timekeepers, and those timekeepers actually have variants, and these variants are working for them, and then we find out that the Loki has exposed that these so-called agents who work for the TVA timekeepers, they were not created from timekeepers. They were hijacked from their previous life, and their memories were erased, and now they're variants. And isn't it interesting? Maybe it's kind of like that. Everybody's living in amnesia. Everyone is living in amnesia, and no one has woken enough to realize that, dude, your life got stripped from you since day one, since birth. You've been injected with different ideals to think about and continue with the same ideals that was implemented and injected with your father and your grandfather. So your grandfather was implemented with the same ideals, and those same ideals were carried over to his son, which is your father, and then your father carried those same ideals and implemented those same ideals to you. And now you are carrying those same ideals that your father and your grandfather and your other grandfather has been indoctrinated with. So the indoctrination of these ideals, what kind of ideals I'm talking about? Well, status quo, Go to school, go to college, find a job, pay your banks, be on time. Here's a set of rules you can't do. You got to follow these rules. If you don't follow these rules, that's it. We're going to throw you in a jail and you're going to rot in there. You're done. Right? So you have to follow these same, procedures and protocols that has been indoctrinated to you. You need money. Without money, you can't do shit. So the indoctrination has been put forth way, 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 way back. And nothing has changed. Everything's been kind of like moving in cycle. So you are carrying the same ideals that your father was carrying, which is, be proud, be American, love your nation, go out there, protect it, and follow the same routes I followed, right? You follow the same routes he followed, and you tell your son the same thing. Be proud, be good, go out there. We need you, we need you, we need you. So you keep this machine going. You keep this fucking machine going. You keep it going. Keep it cycling. While the few bloodlines sitting on the fucking pyramid are laughing their asses off because they're enjoying life. They feel it's superior to you. Because they got majority of you brainwashed and they got you exactly where they need you. So they don't want anyone to have any critical thinking. If you graduate from college, you are given a certain keys of opportunity because you're following the rules. You're being rewarded. You're given a reward. We want someone like you. We want someone like you to breed, to recreate. We don't want someone who's a critical thinker to recreate, to breed another critical thinkers. We're not into that. We're not interested in that. That doesn't do us any good. For you to breed as a critical thinker. We don't want the generation of critical thinkers to figure out that they've been fucked for centuries. We don't want to expose ourselves. So therefore, we're going to go ahead. We're going to keep this machine rolling. Cycle in, cycle out. Cycle in, cycle out. Doesn't matter. Technology advances. Technology will always advance. But the same principles will be applied. I don't give a fuck if you got a floating buildings and floating cars. I don't give a shit. You're still going to have the same principle to keeping the whole mantra of same indoctrination for centuries. And that's pretty much what I think is going on. That's pretty much my observation on that. Really. But anyway, that's all I have to say about that. But here's what I think. A lot of people know, a lot of people can associate with what I'm saying. But they're selfish. They're selfish. They're like, hey man, my life is good. Fuck it. I don't care. I agree what he's saying. I know he's telling the truth. Most likely it's what it is. But dude, I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to lose my career. I got kids. I got family to feed. I love my life. Fuck it. I will not acknowledge this because I'm afraid of losing what I have. And that's what they're doing. That's exactly. They're using fear on the majority. If you talk about this, you're going to lose your job. You're going to get fucking canceled. Pretty much you're not going to be able to get any kind of recognition of anything. And majority of people out there afraid to lose what they have. Now, I get it. I understand. But that's what it is. People are not stupid, Vinny. It's not. People are intelligent. They know exactly what's going on. It's just they're afraid. It's fear. That fear, oh yeah. You can smell it. People, the one thing that people fear is the fear itself. The strongest ingredients to control people. The strongest ingredients. And these Masonic figures, these Templars and what have you, they figured that out a long time ago. Power is the knowledge, and fear is the tool we're going to use to keep that knowledge secret from everybody else. I'm going to put a little ruler upside down with the letter G. The letter G, it's something in Latin. I forgot what it is, but it has a meaning to it. It's pretty much about the knowledge. That's why they use a ruler. I know they're going to say, oh, it's about treating everybody squarely. Meaning that, everyone should be treated equally. But that's just a cover for what they really believe. They believe in knowledge, keeping that knowledge to themselves, and in order for you to gain that knowledge, you have to become one of them. And if you become one of them, well, then you know the knowledge, and you take that knowledge to the grave. You don't talk about it to your families. You don't talk about it to your nobody. You take that knowledge to the grave. You don't talk about it to no one. But everybody else, even if they do know, they will not talk about it because they're afraid. Afraid of losing what they have. Nobody wants to be homeless. Nobody wants to live on the street. People want to enjoy life. Therefore, that's where the fear comes in. The fear is what's driving this whole thing. Fear. And that's it. I think I said enough. All right, well, this is going to be a long flight, guys. We got a long way to go. So, yeah. I need to trim this a little bit. I don't think PMDG is going to approve this live stream. Ah, damn it, Mr. 4K. Why did you have to mention them? Look at this Alaska, dude. Are you trying to tell me that you checked every corner here? You check all the caves underneath these mountains? You check all the other caves underneath these mountains? Yeah, you checked everything. Oh yeah, for thousands, for hundreds of, for 1,000s of miles, you checked everything here. Yeah, there's no Sasquatches. There's no other creatures there. Because you checked everything. Think about that. Think about that for a moment. The obnoxious statements that these a-holes makes. Yeah, we checked everything. There's nothing here, boy. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, Billy Bob Joe Six-Pack. That's the idiocracy that we have. People thinking, well, there's nothing there. Absolutely nothing. Look at this. Nothing here. Nothing underneath these mountains. Nah, nothing there. Don't worry. Let's just go back to our secure cement cities, cocoons, and let's live our fake lives. You know? Let's live our fake lives. Let's watch our fake movies about some fantasy that me will never be able to achieve. Let's watch these fake ass movies with their fake ass actors portraying fake ass human. Yeah, Mr. Perfect Human that has a perfect house, perfect car, perfect wife, perfect kids. Everything's fucking perfect. He's perfect. Everything's perfect. Yeah, I'm supposed to watch that fucking movie. I would rather puke my guts out than watch some kind of garbage like that. Everything's perfect. You know? God damn. I'm so glad I woke up fucking... You know when I woke up? Fight Club. For real. I saw the Fight Club movie in 99. Then I saw The Matrix. And then I read the book by Chuck, who wrote the book Fight Club. And that book opened my mind, dude. The Fight Club book. You guys need to read that shit, man. All right, let me grab something to drink and eat. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Let me just trim this sucker. It looks beautiful, I know. I gotta turn a little bit to the left here. Hey Vinny, are you gonna get this? Are you gonna get? You have Xbox, right? Are you gonna play this on Series X? Just a little bit of trimming. Slight trim. All right. I'll be right back. Oh my God. Where's all these freeloaders, dude? Can you believe these freeloaders? They like to run their mouth for free. But they can't pay $2 to run their mouth. Isn't it funny? I find it fucking hilarious. Yeah. They're so happy to fucking type in on a keyboard for free, right? But they don't want to get in conversation and pay $2. And it could benefit them. It could benefit them. I could help them answer their questions. I can help them with many different things regarding televisions and settings and other things. But no. $2 is too much for me. Yeah. We definitely will. You know what? Even if YouTube would let me put 50 cents, dude, even 25 cents a month, they would still be like hesitant. Oh, I don't know, 25 cents, man. 25 cents, bro. Dude, that means a lot to me, man. Seriously. If 25 cents a month is too much for you, then you need to get off the internet right now, dude. You need to go out there and look for a job or something. I'll be right back. What the hell happened? Oh shit. Ah well. Ah well. That's okay. That's because I went to grab a drink. You see? When you get a drink, that's what happens. That's okay. I've been live streaming for 5 hours anyway. So, you know. This is as much as they're going to get from me, you know. I don't know why these 18 people are here. Like, why the fuck are you here? You should just not be here. Like, if you're not going to join, why the fuck are you watching me? I think you just wasted 5 hours of your life. Vinny should have just been here. Not you guys. You 17 of you? I don't know why the fuck are you here. You should just unsubscribe. And don't watch me. I don't know why the fuck are you here. Aren't you supposed to be watching some chick in a fucking hot tub? Sitting in a fucking hot tub, you know, working on her clitorius, you know, rubbing her clitorius with her panties, wet panties. Aren't you supposed to be doing that? Aren't you supposed to be, you know, yeah, go leave. Every one of you motherfuckers, go. Get the fuck out of here. I don't need you here. You know, if you can't become a member, I don't want you here. You don't mean shit to me. You might as well, you got my permission to unsubscribe. You got my permission to unsubscribe. You know. Why the fuck are you here? I don't get that. You clearly don't like what I'm doing here, but you here. So why the fuck are you here? You're not contributing anything. You're not here. You're not joining in conversation. You can't afford a lousy $2 a month, but you can afford internet. You can afford that fucking phone, which costs more than your fucking car payment. But you can't fucking spare $2. You can't become a member. You can't. You just want to be a fucking freeloader. But you want to fucking ask me for help on a fucking Twitter. Can I ask you this question? You can buy a C-10, which is $1,500, but you have the audacity to ask me to help you. But you can't become a member for lousy $2 a month. But you have the audacity to ask me, what settings? What should I do to prevent the fucking burn-in? How did you prevent the burn-in? What the fuck did you do? How did you do that? Well, too fucking bad. Ask Vincentio. See if he will reply to you. Ask Young, yeah. Ask the Artings. See if they're going to reply to you. Ask that guy from Digital Trends. Is he going to fucking reply to you for free? I don't fucking think so. So why should I be any different? Anyway, I'm going to go. Vinny, hit me up on the Twitter, man. We'll talk about this. I really can't wait for us to start working on some music, dude. I want us to start working on some music, me and you. You can give me some more information about the music software that you're using. You said Mixer something 8, and there's another one, Nexus something. So hit me up on the Twitter. Open a Twitter account, direct message me, and I'm gonna add you as a friend, and then we'll talk about the music and stuff like that. What we can do, work on something together, But yeah, man, I'm out of here, dude. I'm not gonna waste my time here, dude. If people want to be this selfish and don't appreciate fucking nothing, and they just want to be a freeloaders, well, guess what? I'm going to be a freeloader too. Why the fuck should I do anything for you if you guys not doing anything for me? Remember, One hand washes with the other. It's not the other way around. So, that's it. I'm out of here. And don't bother asking me any fucking questions. Help me with this, help me with that. I will not help you. Period. Period.